Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of AfroAnimation. Wow, yesterday we had a lot going on. So welcome back to the nearly 5,000 people who have registered. I know we had some hiccups yesterday getting into the platform, but thank you to the other 1,500 or so folks who joined us on YouTube. So welcome back. Yesterday was a day we could not have dreamed about a year ago. We got a great in-depth look at 2 amazing television series and what it takes to get them on the air and get partnered with folks like TV Animation at Disney or Cartoon Network. So thank you to the Tiger the Creek panel, the Proud Family folks. That was a hoot. I stayed in that session and had a great time. And it was just really amazing to provide this access to the folks that are coming into AfroAnimation to learn more about how to get a job in animation, how to figure out how to get into the industry. So thank you to Cartoon Network, thank you to Disney Television Animation. Yesterday we heard from some amazing independent artists as well. So thank you to the folks giving us their non-traditional path to the animation industry. We had a very spirited debate and discussion about NFTs and the metaverses, the many metaverses. So hopefully folks came out with an idea as a creator, what is the next thing? What is the future for me as an illustrator, as an artist, etc. So today it's going to be even better. You know, we heard from a panel of Disney recruiters about what it takes to get into the different studios at the Walt Disney Company. Today we hear from other studios. We hear from DreamWorks Animation, Sony Pictures Animation, Warner Brothers Animation, Cartoon Network. So we are excited about that. I shouldn't have a favorite panel, but I'm looking forward to the women in animation. We're going to hear from folks from Marvel Animation, folks from Pixar Animation, and then of course Lucasfilm has an amazing announcement. Like I said yesterday, last year everybody wanted to know how to get in the door of animation, and they have literally created a website and a program called Get in the Door. So you'll hear from the folks from Lucasfilm, their journeys of how they got into this industry. And then again, any Star Wars heads in the audience, anybody, because our friends from Lucasfilm and ILM, they're going to give a session and they're going to take you behind a sequence of Star Wars: The Bad Batch. And so again, being able to have someone live right here and share what they do every single day is something that we just couldn't have imagined a year ago. And then of course, we're missing a lot of diversity in the path to becoming a producer. So we have 5 producers who are going to share with you their non-traditional journey into becoming a producer for animation and motion pictures and TV series and animation. And then finally, we love to end the summit to let you know just what the resources are to get into the industry. And if you have a project, how you can fund it. So we're going to hear from folks who are bootstrapping and using tools like Kickstarter to fund their projects. So that's going to be very interesting. And then at the very end of the day, we're going to present an award to somebody that's one of the 500 submissions for the film festival. And we're going to ask you guys to please vote. So when you get into Hop-In, this platform, to the left, you will see sessions and booths. Go into the expo, go into the film festival, you will see the top 15 or 16. Please vote because we're going to award 3 prizes later today. So that's the housekeeping. That is where we were yesterday. We're excited about day 2. And so with no further ado, I'm going to bring on again our boss, our head of it all, Keith White, our co-chair and founder of AfroAnimation. Morning, Keith.
Good morning, Rio. How are you?
Oh, I'm exhausted because I went to every single panel yesterday and every single session. I was bopping in and out and had a great time. Tell me, what was your favorite yesterday, or what were you most excited about, if you're allowed to have a favorite?
Well, before I get into that, the big elephant in the room was that we broke the Hop-In platform.
We did.
We had about 1,000 people trying to get in, and unfortunately, some of them had to go over to YouTube Live and Facebook Live. So we apologize for that, but that wasn't our fault. We did talk to Hop-In support this morning to make sure that we can accommodate everybody that's trying to get onto the Hop-In platform, and they promised us that the bottleneck would not occur. So we're looking forward to everyone who registered that wants to attend today on the Hop-In platform, that they'll be able to do so. Yeah, yesterday was completely electric and amazing. If we look at the stats, we increased our registration at 147% compared to last year, almost 4,700 registered. That is an amazing stat for just a 2-year organization. So we're very, very proud about that. The panel discussions were absolutely amazing. There were so many tips and gems and inside secrets that were dropped. The workshops that we had towards the end of the day were very, very informative and educational. We certainly, as you reinforced, we want people to go to the expo, which is that side icon on the left menu, because you have all of the recruiting booths that are there. You have the exhibit booth, which you can go in and talk with them. And then you have the two screening rooms. So you get to screen some of the most anticipated film releases in the animation industry that are coming out this summer in the first screening room. And in the second screening room, as you mentioned, we'll be giving away, which is our first time ever doing it, $5,000 to a winner of the short film competition. And we're very proud of that because we had 500 submissions.
Wow.
And it was hectic to get down to the 16 semifinalists. I mean, there were a lot of great independent short films done from independent artists from around the world, 81 countries. So I think we can put the rubber stamp on that and say it's an international competition. So
Absolutely.
we're very, very proud of that. And of course, this morning we kick off with women in animation, and that's one of our main focus for this particular conference. How do we increase women in animation? And then we have African storytelling, which you mentioned. So we're very excited about that panel to see what's going on the international stage, the path to becoming producers. And as you mentioned, Lucasfilm has two sessions, one by Lucasfilm and one by Industrial Light and Magic. So we're very excited about that. And then we know that it's always a challenge for these artists and creators and animators to get funding for their projects. And so Kickstarter will be dropping some inside tips on how you raise funds through the Kickstarter platform, leveraging various communities. But of course, none of this would be possible without our generous sponsors. And as a result of that, that's the reason why this conference of 4,700 people who've registered is totally free. All of this great value is totally free. So I'd like to thank each and one of our sponsors, starting with Walt Disney Studios, DreamWorks Animation, Warner Brothers Animation, Sony Animation, Marvel Studios, Pixar, Lucasfilms, Industrial Light and Magic, Wild Brain Studios, Nickelodeon, the Cartoon Network, Disney Television Animation, Cinesite, Toon Boom, Sony Imageworks out of Canada, Mainframe Studios out of Canada, and Kickstarter. So thank you so much. And as long as we can keep this conference free, we will do so. So please visit our sponsor booths and network with them, talk to the recruiters. They're there recruiting. There's a lot of job openings. So we have some exciting news. I don't know if we'll announce it before the end of the conference, but we'll, if not, send you an email about some exciting news that we have coming up for AfroAnimation. Thank you, Rita.
Absolutely. And I think, like we said, I think that's an important part to keep this conference free. We had hundreds of people sit in on the Proud Family yesterday, that session. We had hundreds of people sit in with Sony Pictures Imageworks, with Latinx and animation, and they're a first-time partner for us as well. So we like to cast a wide net and make sure that as we are partnering with those companies to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, we're including everybody. So again, today it's about women, it's about the African storytelling on the continent, and those collaborations that are coming across the continent to some of the studios here, including the Walt Disney Television Animation and Walt Disney Pictures. And then again, just hearing from the other studio recruiters like DreamWorks Animation, Sony Pictures Animation, Warner Brothers. What does it take to get in? Again, last year when we started, everybody that came were like, I don't have money for art school. I need to do a non-traditional way to get in. Help me. I'm older. I'm trying to pivot. And I think some of the knowledge that was dropped yesterday, some of the knowledge that we are expecting today, I think we're going to be able to deliver on that promise of connection, on that promise of, and that mission of trying to broaden the diversity across the world when it comes to the animation industry. So I'm excited as well to see all the panels today. The sessions are going to be great. I know we have a lot going on, and I just want to remind folks, as Keith said, if you're on the Hopin platform, go to the left of your screen and go into the expos, and you can watch the short film festival. Please, the finalists, please vote for them and see who will get that trophy and that $5,000 award. And that $5,000 is made very possible by generous sponsors like the Walt Disney Company, who stepped up in a big way. So we thank you for that. And again, not to take away from any of the other sponsors, but we are excited about being able to present a film festival this year. I think that's everything. I think I've done all the talking I need to talk, all the things I need to say, all the housekeeping. If you're on YouTube and you're having trouble getting into the Hopin platform, please just come on back, because through Hopin is the only way you can get into the sessions and also vote for your favorite film, the short film festival. But we welcome everybody from whatever platform you're coming in on. So Keith, cheers, and I guess we'll be talking throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I will add is I saw a stat that came across my desk this morning. There were almost 2,000 chat messages and 1,500 network meetings. So the electricity in the real-time chat, which is a huge feature on a Hopin platform, is set there to mimic sort of the physical conference interaction that we can have as we come out of this post-pandemic. So take advantage of that feature. That's an excellent way to meet other animators, to network, to find leads, to talk about your project, to talk about what you're doing, and possibly even to try to connect with recruiters if they're on. So thank you, Rio. You've done you know what we have to do? We have to thank our team. I mean,
yes.
Without our team, none of this would be possible. Obviously, starting with you and Trayvon, who acts as our Wizard of Oz behind the machine, the event producer. Like, none of this would be possible. And her associate, Terry Ann, and then we have Rosa, who heads up our short film awards. We have Nikaya, who heads up our university outreach. And by the way, I mean, last numbers I saw, we had almost 800 students, as you had mentioned, from art and design programs and animation schools, North America and throughout the world. Lori, our chief marketing officer, who doubles as all kinds of things and kind of keeps the ship together. Am I missing anyone, Rio?
No, I think we're good. And if you're here, you probably have gotten an email from Lori, Kay Barnes, Kay,
Hey, yes, yes.
who just jumped in to help wrangle all the recruiting outreach. Because again, this is a virtual platform, and we have over 100 jobs from across all the studios. And so Kay has done a phenomenal job coming in to matchmake and do the speed dating across the different studios. So we hope somebody is getting one of those jobs or a few of those jobs through AfroAnimation. And then, of course, every year we say, or at least last year we said, we are blessed. We have just so many blessings with folks that are happening. The last thing I want to mention is our friends at WildBrain. They're going to be at their booth at, I think, about 11 o'clock this morning, probably. I don't know if that's Eastern or Western, but please go to the WildBrain booth. They're going to have a fireside chat, and they're going to talk about their studio experiences in animation. So again, we heard from Disney television animation about people's experiences right there producing a show. We heard from Craig of the Creek, same thing. And so now we are going to we're going to welcome our friends from WildBrain. So please go into their studio as well, their booth to the left if you're in the Hopin platform, and check out their fireside chat. So we're excited for everybody joining us. And again, we can't thank you enough. We can't thank the team enough. We cannot thank our sponsors enough. And honestly, Keith, if it wasn't for your idea and your cold calling all the studios and cold calling me, we wouldn't have made this possible. So,
hey, cold calling isn't dead, right?
Well, better you than me, but I think that we're here for a large part because of the fact that the sponsors, the studios, the friends that we have for AfroAnimation were very responsive when you said let's.
Yeah, and that was really incredible. Like when we reached out to the studios this year, and you made the point yesterday, like no one knew who we were last year. I mean, if I had a big executive job, I'm not taking the risk on where did these guys come from? Who pulled this off? This is good. So, I mean, we got it. But, as you always said last year, we ended up with this embarrassment of riches. And, that was validated by, I think, the value that was driven or received by the attendees. They were all over social media talking about how well the conference went. And so, there was real validation from the audience. And so when we reached out, it was really kind of a no-brainer. I mean, like really, I think we can say we have 100% of every major Hollywood animation studio, big animation studio in the United States, and several out of Canada. So we're completely proud of that. One thing that we will make a commitment to, simply because there were just so many jobs, and then the matchmaking of trying to connect those who submitted their CVs or resumes or portfolios. We ended up having to put together an additional team of 5 or 6 people just to handle the data entry on that. We will extend, if the studios are okay with it, matchmaking and setting up interviews for another week for those who didn't have a chance to get an interview during the 2 days. I know it was a tight time frame, but I believe that the studios are asking for candidates, and they do see candidates that they want to connect with. So if that doesn't happen by the end of the day, we will make a commitment. Actually, we are making a commitment to keep that activity going for one more week, as long as the studios are okay with that. So we'll let you know via email. So all is not lost on the recruiting opportunities. So again, thank you, Rio.
Thank you, everybody. And so we have about 7 minutes till our first panel, and I can see the ladies checking in backstage. It's a powerful panel. Welcome to the Women in Animation panel. So thank you, everybody. We'll be checking in throughout the day.
Hello and welcome to our Women in Animation, the Need for Increased Representation panel today. I'm excited to be here. My name is Dr. Lisa Coleman and I'm the Senior Vice President for Global Inclusion and Strategic Innovation at New York University. New York University is the largest private institution in the United States, and we have global campuses all over the world. And that is enough about me. Let me just start off, though, by saying I'm so excited to be here because I do work in the space of inclusion and innovation. This is particularly exciting for someone like me to think about representation and also, of course, the spaces in which we create animation and innovation. Let me thank the sponsors, DreamWorks Animation Studio, Marvel Animation, Mainframe Studios, Nickelodeon, Pixar, and Marvel. And also, I just want to give a big shout out to all of our alums out there who work across those platforms and studios. I always say this at NYU, when award season comes along, we win a lot of awards for our alums and our students and program out there. So congratulations to all of our NYU alums, of course, and students, former students who are doing great work out there with those organizations. And now I'd like to bring our panel on. So if our panelists can join us, that would be terrific. And I will have them introduce themselves. Let's see, Kelly. Hello, Kelly.
Hello, Dr. Coleman.
It's a pleasure, Kelly. So let's just hear your title and who you are.
Sure. So my name is Kelly Gardner, and I am the Vice President of Current Series at Nickelodeon Animation. And, for my job, I oversee series such as SpongeBob SquarePants and the 2 spinoff series, Camp Coral and the Patrick Star Show. And also I oversee Star Trek Prodigy. the first animated series for Star Trek series for kids and families.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself, Kelly. It's a pleasure. Tanya?
Hello. I'm Tanya Green, and I am the head of preschool for Mainframe Studios in Vancouver, BC. And I oversee all of our preschool content. And we just dropped a show on Netflix called Team Zenko Go, is our most recent one. And yeah, so I work on content for all the littles.
Wonderful, Tanya. Thank you for being with us. Paige.
Hi. I'm Paige. I'm a production department manager at Pixar. My most recent film that I worked on was a Lightyear movie coming out in June.
Terrific. Pleasure, Paige. Let's see what I have left. It's Dana.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Coleman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dana Vasquez-Eberhardt. I'm over here at Marvel Studios working in animation. I'm the lead executive across all of our animation projects, most recently with What If, and we've had a few more that have been announced. I am Groot, Spider-Man Freshman Year, X-Men 97, and Marvel Zombies. It's a pleasure to be here.
Terrific. Thank you, Dana. Jinko.
Hello, Dr. Coleman. Thank you for having me, and thank you, AfroAnimation Virtual Summit for inviting me. My name is Jinko Goto, and I serve as Vice President for Women in Animation. We are an advocacy group advocating for gender justice. 50-50 by 2025 is our campaign. And my day job is I produce animated features. Currently working on an animated feature at Netflix with Mark Osborne directing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jinko. And certainly, last but not least, Maureen.
K. I got you. No worries.
I just had to look down.
Yes. Hi. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Maureen K. Dosu, and I am the Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, DEI, business partner at DreamWorks Animation. So in this role, you know, but you asked what we do and part of our identity. So this is one part of my identity where I work with the studio and identify our long-term DEI framework focused on measurable and scalable strategies.
And you're a second-year alum with AfroAnimation.
I am. I'm so happy to be back. So. Yes. So happy to be back. This is such a great forum.
Well, welcome everyone, and we're just going to jump right into the questions. And I'm actually going to start. We're talking a little bit about where you see this question about where you see this industry going. So, as women in animation, right, and from your sort of positionality, where do you want to see? Not just where do you see it going, but where would you like to see the industry go as it relates to representation on screen? So let me start with you, Paige. It's arbitrary. Everybody's going to get a chance to start. So I'm just going to jump right in.
Yeah. It's a great question. I think I have thought about that a lot. And I think the answer is always just that we just continually have work to do to make sure we're seeing ourselves on screen, the people around us, making sure like we're creating a diverse framework from the beginning of the story. And not just like once we've already built the characters, you want to like start from the beginning. I think we talk a lot about that, like in story meetings as we're starting new projects about like, okay, who are these characters? Who are they surrounded by? What is the world they live in? And how does that reflect the world outside of here? So I feel like at Pixar, we're really doing a lot of work to make sure that is happening in our future films and projects and stuff. And I think it's important that it happens like behind the camera as well, because I think there is this really big push to get that representation on screen, and it really matters a lot. And it matters just as much to have that representation behind the camera, right? Or the digital camera for animation. So I just want to continue to see that diversity across the board, and not only in PA positions or stuff like that. I want to see it like at the highest possible levels, and for people to continue in that direction.
Great points about where you began and the integration throughout the process, etc. And since we're talking about diversity, let's go to you, Marinike. I want to hear a little bit about, since that's in your title, you talked a little bit about one part of your portfolio.
Yes, absolutely. And at DreamWorks Animation, we believe that stories should that the stories we tell, we should be as inclusive and diverse as the audience they're meant for. And that means, creating an equally inclusive and diverse workforce. And that's where I kind of lean in and really find my spark and my passion. We're constantly working to increase and maintain diversity in our employee population, and like Paige mentioned, that's both above and below those positions and those lines in both our film and our TV productions. We at DreamWorks, we're really lucky that the executive level is more than 50% senior leadership is female. But we want to continue to make sure we have that representation throughout all the levels. And so I think that, focusing not only on bringing that representation on screen, because it is important. I have 2 young kids, and part of my pivot back to animation was because I saw how they were engaging with the content that they were consuming. And it reminded me of how I engaged with the content that I consumed as a young child, and being able to see, the multifaceted and multidimensional representation of what it means to be a Black girl, was so important. It's not just one monolithic representation of who we are, but, having those different characters that, to Paige's point, are well-rounded and well-formed and complex and nuanced. That's what we want to see on screen. And so we had, like, for instance, even our show Kipo, there's Wolf and Kipo, and they're both Black girls, but they're so different and they're so amazing in their own rights, right? And that's what I feel like when I look at my two children. They're both Black girls. They both have me as a parent, but they're so unique, and I want to be able to see that uniqueness. And I think part of being able to form those characters and form that representation is having that representation behind screen as well. And so, that's where I want to see the industry and really continue to see that path grow. It's empowering those voices and bringing those different stories to light, both in front of the camera, but also in terms of the workforce that helped created that.
Thank you and also for both behind, as you mentioned, you and Paige, both in front and behind, but also thanks for reminding us about those future generations, because we know, right, in terms of this imprint matters of what gets consumed, etc. So Dana, how about I go to you next?
I mean, I think it's going to sound like a beautiful record on repeat, but it's absolutely true. It's where I get excited and where Marvel Studios gets excited, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say where I think where all of us are probably coming from is to see more of us, see 365-degree characters, or 360 characters, well-rounded. Telling specific stories doesn't mean that it's just one type. Oh, it's the girl in the group. Oh, it's the Black woman in the group. Oh, it's the Asian woman in the group. And then we automatically go to these caricatures, because that's where it starts, and it feels like if we're not we're getting past that mark where characters that we see on screen can and should represent all different kinds of characters, villains, heroes. Villains aren't, black and white. Why are they villainous? There's storytelling with depth and with specificity. And I absolutely agree. It comes from behind the screen. It's what's shown on the screen. It's at every level. It's from, our coordinators that start their journey on a production all the way up to the showrunners who lead it, who are writing the stories, who are directing the stories, who are thinking outside the box, bringing their own experiences as young women, being fans of storytelling and animation, bringing their influences to the stories that they wish to tell. That's what's exciting. And I think that's what's going to continue to fuel the engagement of not only audiences of all stripes, but women storytellers, women executives, women who are in places of production, at every level. That's just what's very exciting for Marvel, for the studios. You see it in live action. And we're just starting in animation, but it's certainly a mantra we're very with great intent carrying through to animation as well.
Thank you so much, Dana. Now for Jinko, Kelly, and Tanya, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. And of course, you can answer part of that question. But could you start to pivot and tell us a little bit about your journeys? Tell us a little bit about your journey in relation to your male peers. So as you think about representation and what you want to see, also tell us a little bit about that journey that thus far in terms of how you've seen if there have been differentials in terms of that journey. So why don't I start with you, Jinko?
Thank you. So that's a really interesting question, because I think, when I joined Women in Animation back in 2013, I realized that I've been in a very privileged position. The fact that I'm an immigrant, the fact that I'm a woman of color, is that I've had a very privileged life where I got into positions and got to a point in my career where I wanted to give back. And when I look back about giving back, you saw how few women were in these positions, and how few women were actually in mid-level positions to get to senior level positions. But when you looked at the schools, women were bulk of the people studying animation. So there's that big gap. So we started focusing on how do we feed that pipeline to bring more representation. But now what's more important is not just feeding the pipeline, but how do we get retention? How do we elevate them? How do we close that gap between the entry level and the senior level? So those are all very important things, work that we do as part of Women in Animation. And also, we need to look beyond just women. We need to look at the non-binary. We need to look at the trans. We need to look at all of the underrepresented genders here, because without that, we're not going to be able to change the stories that we tell. We want to tell these to be authentic stories. And I think everyone touched this with your previous question, is that authentic storytelling requires both in front of the camera and behind the camera. And we need this group representing through the entire pipeline from entry level to senior level.
Thank you for bringing up those important issues around retention and promotion, which is just as important as hiring, because sometimes we focus on the front end and not on the development end. And also, thank you for the expansion and thinking about, and as we think about emerging generations, which is where I work, actually, I was just on a phone call about pronouns. And so really thinking about that work and the expansion of communities, particularly our trans communities, our non-binary communities. And we know that's a growing population, not just here in the United States, but I'm not even in the United States, but at any rate, globally as well. Kelly, why don't you pick up and tell us, also integrate that component about your journey, if you would.
Sure. So I've worked in animation since 2005, and certainly way back then, just there weren't a lot of people who looked like me, in the room in animation. And it took a long time for me to feel like animation was the industry for me, or that I felt like I belonged, because just, usually it was me in a room full of, I'll be candid, older white men. So it was hard to kind of find my voice in those rooms and to just really feel like I belonged and find my place. I will say that today, it feels a lot better, especially on the executive level. The teams that I work with are certainly, the executives are actually predominantly women. We still need to work on, people of color, and especially Black people in this industry. We still have a long way to go there. But yeah, I do feel, like in certain instances, like male counterparts maybe just had like a little bit of a leg up on me. Maybe there were more things. I think, this is a very social industry too. So there are things that, people kind of biases about, like certain, hobbies that you may have, or just knowing people from certain clubs or groups that maybe I was not a part of or belonged to. So I did not have that insider information, or just that, friendship to like bring me into different spaces. So I think, like what, working on today, it is, increasing representation for me, especially behind the scenes, because I think that that is where you start to see it in front of. You know, you don't even realize that you're missing it unless you have executives that look like me or, you know, look like Dana. And you start to think like, hey, you know, I want to see characters that look like me in front of the screen, you know, as main characters on shows and telling, you know, different types of stories. You know, as a kid, there were very few, you know, Black girl animated characters for me to identify with. So it is, you know, on my agenda to make sure that, you know, young girls of color today, you know, have those characters to identify with, and also realize, you know, that like we're not, you know, a monolith. I remember for a long time, you know, even in my department where it's like, oh, Kelly, take a look at this and let me know what you think of this Black character. And it's like, well, this is my personal opinion. I don't speak for all Black people. So, you know, even
really, Kelly, you don't know all of them.
I know, it's crazy, right? So even on that level, where now, you know, I see behind the scenes that the departments that I work with are much more diverse, and it feels like a, you know, a better environment, and one in which, you know, you feel a sense of belonging. So over, you know, the course of, I think, what is that, 17 years that it's taken to get here, we're not there yet, but it is better. And it does feel, you know, like an industry where different types of people can find their space and, you know, feel like they belong, and that we, you know, have a voice and can make the types of shows and hires that we feel, you know, are important and, you know, reflect our audience. I think that that's the biggest thing, is that too, the audience has changed over the past 17 years. And so we want, you know, the shows and the movies that we're making to reflect our audience first and foremost.
Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Thank you also for this last point in particular about the shifts in audiences, right? And in that thinking about those models. And also thank you for being very specific about the other growth areas, right? The areas where there has been growth, and then some of the other areas in terms of challenges, thinking about representation along race, right? Other kinds of sort of identity factors. Tanya, so tell us a little bit about your journey as well.
Yeah, so like Kelly, I've been in the industry in animation since about 2004 or 5, feels like forever. And it has definitely changed so much since I started, because it was, you know, all of my bosses were older white men, and I was always the young girl in the group where it was, you know, use your voice sparingly if you needed, kind of thing. And having to learn and find mentors was a bit more of a challenge, and having people to look up to and figure out who I wanted to be and how I wanted to get there. And I was fortunate to be able to find a couple of mentors to help, you know, guide me. And I've been using that as my giving back kind of moment, in that I'm a mentor for women in film and television for Toronto. And I go for coffee with up and coming artists, because everyone needs a chance to have someone support them and get them to the next level. And at Mainframe, we're really focused on making sure that we nurture people's careers and help them grow, because behind the camera is so important, especially getting into those higher director, art director, production designer roles, that I find that it's definitely, let's get more voices, female voices of color, all gender voices in there, because it feels like we're just, the underrepresented genders are not, their voices aren't there in those levels to make those big changes. And so part of my goal is, in preschool especially, is to put that out there, to have on screen and behind screen be as diverse as possible, to tell those stories with kids who are really, our audience is now savvy. Our audience is different. Our audience wants to see themselves, and they should see themselves. And we want to inspire the next generation. We want them to be better than us, and we have to learn how to help them grow. And I want to do more learning, and I want, you know, my young son to, you know, be a better person than me. So how do we put out content that's really going to help them? And I feel like being able to have the time to help give advice, make connections for up and coming artists and executives and creatives, so that they have a voice at the table, and really kind of, you know, share their insights. As I learn so much every day from my team, and Mainframe is very focused on making sure our teams are diverse, and that we crew up the way it needs for the right team for the show, the right representation, making sure that everyone has a voice at the table and that every voice matters. And I only get better, and our shows only get better by the amount of great insights from people and different perspectives that wasn't there when I started as a young exec a long time ago. There was just very narrow, not narrow, but I feel like storytelling was very different 10, 15 years ago. And I feel like we are now evolving to make sure that storytelling is more complex, more diverse, more nuanced. And we're not talking down to kids. We're actually involving kids and empowering kids in the storytelling process. And they know more than we think they do. And like giving them characters that they can relate to, that they can understand, that they can see themselves in, that they can tell those stories, that their stories are being told. I think it just allows for our audience and us as executives to just put better stuff out there for our next generation.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
And thank you for bringing up mentorship, particularly thinking about mentorship, and also, of course, this idea of what I call co-creation, right? Thinking with students, but in this case, with kids, right? And really thinking about that process, because I think far too often we forget how useful it can be to involve, right, youngsters in terms of our production. And then lastly, of course, we're talking about opening pathways. My next series of questions I'm going to direct to each one of you individually, and I'm going to actually start with you, Tanya, which because you just brought up a little bit about your work in Canada, right? And so as the head of a preschool for Mainframe, talk to us a little bit about the Canadian industry. Has it been easier? Do you know in terms of contrast? And tell us a little bit about what that path has looked like in terms of this work in Canada.
It's interesting. Canadians tend to be a lot more, I guess, reserved. I mean, polite maybe. We kind of we dance around it sometimes to be nice, right? So I think that it's in preschool specifically, I found that there's more women in general in preschool, and that there was more female voices and perspectives in that. But in Canada, I feel like we've definitely evolved from, I started off in 6 to 11, and there was a lot more male voices in that area, and preschool is a lot more female. But I feel like Canadian industry has evolved to include more, that being more inclusive and be more open to new ideas. But I do think at the beginning, it was a lot more of dancing around it and not being as direct as we need to be. And we are improving dramatically from that. But I do feel at the beginning of my career, it was a lot of, well, we just will pretend it's not happening over here kind of thing, or we're going to be nice, or we're going to we include you, but we include you in a way that is nice instead of being kind. And I think that is definitely evolving as the Canadian industry evolves, especially in the kids space, that we're very conscious about making sure that everyone's included and there's a voice. I feel like the Canadian broadcasters and all of the Canadian studios are really putting an effort into making sure that inclusivity and diversity and equity is a really big focus for all of them. And I feel like, 15 years ago when I started, it wasn't something that was a huge focus. And I do feel that, especially in the last 5 years, I think it's definitely changed dramatically. And we're having those conversations. We're having hard conversations. We're putting training in place, especially at Mainframe. We're doing a lot of training for our staff. And I know at other studios, it's really focused on inclusivity and diversity. And we're all really focused as a whole industry together of how to support each other and how to bring everyone up that needs to have the support to go there. So I do feel like that it has made a huge shift from being nice to being kind and being supportive and actually helping us become better at the industry in general. And I think that every creator and production company in the industry, in the kids space specifically, have really made a huge leaps and bounds in that area. We have a long way to go, but I feel like we're really focused on doing the work.
Thanks so much, Tanya. We are going to get to some of your questions. Don't you worry in the audience. I'm just going to ask another just a little round robin here. So Kelly, you've worked on some phenomenal evergreen projects like SpongeBob, etc. So tell us a little bit about, as you think about the evolution in this industry, particularly with women, and the production of things like SpongeBob, do you think this increased representation has enhanced things like the production of new and evergreen projects?
For sure. And I know just because, there's so much animation production going on now that I think we've had to move beyond what I feel like, executive producers or hiring managers have used in the past, which is kind of an expediency bias where you go with the people that you know. And so now we are expanding our networks and, relying on really wonderful programs that our recruiting team and HR professionals have instituted, where we're able to expand our reach to people outside of, you know, those small communities and bring in really wonderful artists. And I think especially, you know, during the pandemic, when people were working from home, we were actually, you know, able to bring in even more kind of diverse artists to work on projects that, you know, we maybe would not have worked with before because we just were not in, you know, used to kind of, you know, doing that remote work and, you know, working with people from other countries. So I think all of that has helped to increase just kind of the different types of voices and points of views that we see on shows. And, you know, I see it in the storyboard pitches that I attend and the type of energy, you know, that is coming to a show like SpongeBob, which has, you know, been on air since 1999. You know, that's over 20 years. And especially in the spinoff series, like the Patrick Star Show and Camp Coral, where, you know, we are telling different types of stories and putting different characters at the forefront. And also, you know, in our casting decisions, which is, you know, a way that you can open it up for, you know, these kind of evergreen shows is, you know, as we're creating, you know, guest characters and, you know, new characters, it's kind of like, well, let's look at that with an eye towards, you know, what are kids into today, and like making sure that that's represented in those characters. And just hearing, you know, what the new directors and storyboard artists, you know, find funny and their points of view, I think have really made an influence on, you know, shows like SpongeBob. And like I said, it more, you can see it definitely more in the spinoff series of the Patrick Star Show and Camp Coral, those newer influences. Oh, I'm sorry, you're muted.
I'm trying to mute to keep my sound off in the background, so sorry about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for noticing that I was on mute, the phrase of 2020 and 2021 and 2022. Paige, I'm going to turn to you now and talk to us a little bit about diversity in storytelling, right? You have been part of Bow, you've been part of Soul, and the most recent Turning Red. So what other stories do you see emerging, and why these types of stories? You've referenced this a little bit earlier, are important, but then of course, moving forward, what other kind of stories we'd like to see?
Yeah, I think we should just keep expanding on, you know, the world around us. I feel like, um, not that there's like a checklist or anything. Like, I feel like we just have to keep being open and seeing like what kind of stories we can tell. And I think that does start from the people telling them, because, you know, you're like a lot of everyone has said in this panel, you're invested in the stories that you where you can see yourself. So it does kind of start from like, okay, well, who's the director on that? Who's the main character? In animation, and you know, like at Pixar, for example, we have, you know, like stories about cars. So it's also like, who is being cast as a car? Like who are those? Who are the people that are like filling those voices? Who are the people telling the story? So I think it's like there are so many stories out in the world, and I think it's just about like making sure you're not limiting yourself, and like pulling from different resources, pulling from different voices, because when you have the same type of people telling the story, and from what I've seen, it's like predominantly white men, you'll start getting the same stories. You'll start, you know, getting the same casting. You're not thinking beyond like what could be told and what could be out there in the world. So I think, you know, we're making progress, but there's still so much to tell. And you know, like I'd love to see a story about a trans person on screen. I'd love to see like in animation, because it's like stuff we don't see. I think Soul was like one of the first movies where we had like a Black person on screen, which like in animation, which is crazy to think about, that it takes so long for these things to happen, but animation also takes a long time to make. So yeah, I think it's just continuing to push boundaries and get different voices in the room.
Thank you so much, Paige. And thank you for talking about getting those new voices in the room, and for particularly talking about the emergence of these news stories. Jinko, I'm going to turn to you. So you were quite literally part of the mission to increase representation for women in animation with your role at Women in Animation, and I'm going to pick up on this in a second. And so tell us a little bit about that role and how, the importance of organizing. And we actually have a question from Cameron Dillon, who asks, and by the way, we're getting a lot of shout outs to this amazing panel. Awesome, great, all those kinds of things. So just so you're aware in case you're not reading. But hello to the amazing panel. How do you create a local Women in Animation chapter? All right, so tell us a little bit about Women in Animation, your journey there, and then of course, specifically to this question. Thank you.
Great. So as an advocacy group, where we started was really about educating people in the industry. And so when we started back in 2013, we said, okay, look at the landscape where there are a lot of women studying animation, but they're not in the workforce. So our first World Summit that happened at Annecy in I believe that was 2014, was talking about unconscious bias. So we started there, and to get everyone to recognize, and it's really about educating and getting that information out there. So as part of Women in Animation, our job is to say what's going on in the industry, how do we get that information out, how do we get everyone to connect, and talk about these issues so that we can make change within the whole industry. So that's where the journey began. And then we said, okay, we're seeing that women need mentors. You know, what are the things that are external forces? What are the internal issues that's stopping from women being in the business and moving up in the business? So we started a mentoring program that became something that became a way for women to create communities outside the workplace. So we have mentored almost close to 2,000 women over the last several years. And thank you to COVID, it's allowed us to create a virtual community for these women. So it's great to see that women are connecting all around the globe where communities are being built. We felt that one-to-one mentorship was important, but what was mostly important for especially women starting the business was to create a circle. So we came up with a mentoring circle where women connect and they create a community with other mentees so that they can have a connection outside their workplace, so a safe space, a space that they can go to and ask questions about, how do I do this, or how do I deal with these challenges, or how to get opportunities. So these circles have become something very important. The other aspect that's really important for us is also making sure that we have allies. This work cannot be done just by women alone. It takes all of us to do this work. So allyship is something very important that we focus on as well, and making sure that we have allies. And now we're also focusing on sponsoring. How do we get women to elevate to a higher position? Sponsoring is something that's very important. Getting our allies to become sponsors so that it's not women raising their hands saying, I want to become a director. It's really studio executives and other directors sponsoring women to say, I am going to sponsor you so that you can be the next director or the next production designer. So these are the different types of things that we do as an organization to really try to promote the underrepresented genders into the workforce and to really help them to sustain and grow within their career. To answer to how do you create a Women in Animation chapter, visit us at www.womeninanimation.org. We have Gail Curry, who was an executive at ILM at DreamWorks Animation, who's spearheading chapters for us. We are an organization where all the board members are all volunteers. And until literally about 18 months ago, we had basically 0.5% of the staff. Today, we have gone to a place where we have a director of operation, Jen Olson, and we have a small staff. So this work cannot be done without everybody, including everyone sitting in this room today, because it really does take an entire village to make this change.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive answer, for both telling us a little bit about the history and then, of course, the important aspects. And thank you for for going back to this notion of mentoring and the importance of mentoring. We know that mentoring, we know this, I'm a researcher, I'm one of those geeky academics. We know that mentoring is really crucial, mentoring and sponsorship. And as you also mentioned, allyship, and particularly those circles that you talked about, because we know peer-to-peer engagement is also crucial if we're trying to change, right, and transform industries. And so now I'm going to actually, again, integrate one of our questions from the audience as well. And I'm going to turn to you, Marinike. I want to talk to you a little bit about this idea of equity. So the question here it's from, and Alice, I don't know if your last name is Jiang. If I'm mispronouncing that, I apologize, but I think this is from Alice Jiang, and she asks, in DEI initiatives, I find myself wondering how the equity aspect is being addressed in regards to intersectionality and socioeconomic background. So, and I'm just going to add to that question a little bit here and tell us a little bit about your role, right, to address, right, this kind of question, and of course, for overall increased representation.
I have to pause for a second and just thank Alice for that question, because it's such an important question. And calling back a little bit on what Jinko said about women in animation and how for so long that was comprised of volunteers. And in my role now, I could take that passion and that space that I occupied initially as one of our co-leads for our employee resource groups, which is our ERG, which, I mean, you said the audience is geeking out over this panel. I'm geeking out over this panel. I would show you my notes and all the accolades I'm writing down. But part of that, you mentioned about peer mentorship and creating that group and that network. And that's what we've invested in with our ERGs at our studio. And we have a number of ERGs, and they celebrate not only your lived experience and your identity, but also that allyship component of bringing people together. And we have ERGs that represent, the Black employee network, but also the women network and the young professional networks. So thinking about, all of those dimensions of identities that we can bring to our roles, and having that component of having that intersectionality when those ERGs get together as opportunities to create that network and that peer group, so that you're not the singular. Because I'll be honest with you, I felt like that, calling back to what Kelly said, I felt like the singular in so much of my journey, right? That unicorn in the room, and I use unicorn because I'm a mystical creature, but being the only is exhausting sometimes. So with those employee resource groups, we're able to pull that only that's on this production and the only that's on that production. And you got to bear in mind, we're a studio too. So it's also about bringing those voices that might not be in the actual story room or writer's room, but that love animation and are part of the accounting team, or part of the legal team, or part of the music teams, right? So there's a mass community of individuals that we can bring together through our ERGs. And then through that, we also empower our ERGs to help us identify those organizations and partner organizations that really think about that equity component. So for instance, we have been very intentional about our diversity outreach and pipelining opportunities into the studio. We've also been intentional about going out with representation. So much of increasing, I think, our workforce is also letting people know from those different, socioeconomic backgrounds or that intersectional lens, that there actually are roles that create careers within animation. Like that's a little bit of a strange thing. I'm my name is Marinike. I'm first generation. My father was Nigerian. STEMs. I could be a doctor or a lawyer, but when I say no, I want to be in animation, and I've been saying this since I was 17. It's a little bit of a foreign concept. So through our ERGs and through that space, we are able to go out into those communities and say, actually, no, there is a thriving network and opportunity for growth and career and financial stability through your passion of animation, and reach back into the communities. We also are then able to have partnerships with, for instance, like our HBCU 20 by 20, which is an organization that then we partner with to host fellows. And we have a fellowship that's opened up to HBCU 20 by 20 participants. We also have opportunities to look at, for instance, partnering with Anti-Recidivism Coalition, which directly looks at recidivism and the impact that has on our communities. And we're bringing in interns from that organization to help, enter them back into that workforce and back into supporting and getting out of that recidivism cycle. So I appreciate the question, because so much of when I think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and now through my role and that head count, and that's an investment, that's our studio is saying, look, it ain't just about volunteers. We know that this is something that's business critical and important. So we have teams that are dedicated to looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm lucky that I get to be one of those members. So when we look at diversity, we can look at, again, that outreach and actually bringing different lived experiences and voices into our workforce. When we look at equity, we can also talk about, reaching those different social, economic, or intersectional lenses. And we can also think about, okay, once folks are here, how are we, providing opportunities such as mentorship programs, such as sponsorship programs, such as peer, programs. Our ERGs are actually, they have budgets. I'm going to pause there, just in case any other studio wants to do it. Let's give our ERGs budgets. All right. So, things like that. And then we also have the inclusion part, which is that community that we really build when we're bringing those voices, and we're able to leverage those voices and ask them about the content, ask them to weigh in. Even though I'm not necessarily on that show, I have lived experiences and I have reactions, and I'm more than happy to share those with the content makers. And through, my role, I'm able to bring those opportunities and foster that connection so that our communities of marginalized or people with historically marginalized backgrounds have that empowered voice to impact this industry that we love. And so, again, I so appreciate that question, thinking about not just the diversity and the inclusion, but also that equity piece. So thank you so much for asking it.
Thank you so much for your answer, and thank you for the important points that you brought up about intersectionality and so much more, the ERGs, et cetera. And thanks for the plug for the budgets, I'm sure.
Right.
All right. Okay. And for the investment piece. Dana, I'm going to turn to you now. And Dana, it seems like Marvel is all in. They're all in. They're all diversity all the time, all in everywhere. I don't know, there's that joke out there, which Marvel character will you be? We're going to ask you that question, certainly. Where do you see yourself in the Marvel universe or in the metaverse, or however you want to answer that? But I have you can answer that question, but I have another question out here, which is really when we go back to this idea of mentorship. And we have a lot of people out here in the audience who actually, they want to be you all, right? They want to be you, Dana. They want to be you, Paige, et cetera. And so the question that we have from Jade Dotson is as a student in college, how do I maintain professional mentor relationships with people like you? I know people in the industry, but I don't want to come off too strong. I don't want to be too pushy, but I also don't want to lose connections. So can you help me with that?
I saw that question pop up. I'm like, yes, let's talk about that. And the first thing I'll say is be bold in the advocacy for yourself. Take those opportunities to quote unquote cold call, or as like Keith was saying, like literally cold call, reach out. There are a vast amount of at our fingertips opportunities to connect with the people you admire. LinkedIn, even on your favorite like art platform. If you're an aspiring artist and someday you want to direct, to character design, to just know how to get your foot in the door. You have an affinity for someone's art, you know, they've worked in it. Send them, I mean, conduct yourself, of course, in the professional way. Trust yourself to be that professional. Reach out, introduce yourself, and say simply that, I have a question. How do I get into this industry? I've been an admirer of your work. How have you gotten so good? How have you gotten where you are? Do that. One of the things that constantly have me pinching myself about working in this business is not only that, you know, a good portion of our time, let's put it out there, we get to watch cartoons. So like, that's kind of amazing, just like bar none, but also just the community of support, even for as worldwide as it is, and it is worldwide, the animation industry is a very small, very intimate, and very supportive community. It is, I actually can't really think of an instance. I mean, it's easy to avoid the people who are jerks, just avoid the jerks. Those are the few bad apples. They honestly are. Take a chance, reach out, trust yourself to be a professional, and ask the question. Like Tanya, I do my best to, if I can't hit somebody back when they, you know, reach out and ask me a question on LinkedIn at some point, I will try and point them in a direction to like, oh, want to connect you with recruiting to talk. I talk to colleagues in the industry. Kelly and I, yay, Kelly, I've worked together for years and years. It's sort of like, think of animation as like being on a big college campus. There are different buildings, there are different subjects that people are studying, there are different, you know, specialties, but we're really all united in not only support to make the best possible shows, but also in support of each other. It's a very welcoming community. This question, I'm sure that we've all come across quite a bit, and it comes most often from women, is I want to ask, but I don't want to be pushy. I want to ask, but I don't want to turn people off. I want to ask, but. It is a pitfall, I think, that women tend to put ourselves in. And it's because of those stigmas. It's because of those societal, you know, stigmas that we've been living with, which is if you are to be bold in asking a question, you might come off as pushy. To express yourself in a meeting, and might be taken as shrill. Put all that aside. Just put it aside. Don't worry about it. That is the past. Go for what you want. Trust yourself to be your professional self and make those connections. You have, like, it starts quite often in school. It certainly starts with your first job. That's where you start making connections. Talk to people, go out for lunches, have coffees, do that in a way that is authentic to yourself. Some people, like me, aren't naturally social butterflies. I tend to keep a small group of people. That is fine. You can still make many great inroads. You don't have to be the loudest voice in the room to get noticed, but what you have to do is be consistent and carve out the time for yourself. Treat it with the importance that you treat going to your job, that you treat taking care of your family. It's the same sort of thing. It is a commitment you make to yourself to move yourself forward in the industry. No one will take it as shrill. No one will take it as bossy or being pushy. What they might do is, you know, you may not get someone who responds to your question. That's fine. Just keep on asking. They could be too busy. They could be traveling. There could be a million things going on. Don't let that deter you. Don't assign a narrative that puts yourself in a box. Just honestly, it sounds almost too simple, and in a way it really is. Don't hold yourself back. It's very welcoming here, and we would love to have you. Just keep on asking.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you so much. Be bold, do it, break out of the box, break out of the stereotype, reach out. There's a supportive community out there for you. Thank you so much, Dana. We are actually running out of time. I can't believe this amazing panel that we have run out of time so quickly. But what I'd like to do is a quick round robin, 15 seconds each, if you could keep it to that, because we do have one final question, which is about skill transfer. And it's really about, I have some experience. I want to break into animation. How do I do that? So my last question is 15 seconds of advice for people who want to break into animation. All right, let me start with Kelly. 15 seconds.
Believe it or not, I was a political science major in college, so not animation at all, right? So it just basically starts with, internships, making those connections, people like in HR departments saw that I went to University of California, San Diego. They also went to that college. So that was a little bit of
internships, connections, reach out.
Use your college networks. And animation is a huge industry and has a lot of different departments. So you do not have to be an artist at all. There's an executive side, there's a casting side. So just, find what works, where your skill set matches.
Thank you, Kelly. Tanya, 15 seconds.
Yeah, find where your skill set matches or what you can flip it to match. So if you want to go into production and you're really good with spreadsheets, highlight that. Have coffees with people, reach out and talk to people, get information on what the industry, like the jobs that you have in a studio, and figure out what you think is really going to be something that you're interested in, and then start building your skill set towards that, taking like free workshops, online classes, and talking to your network and expanding who you know.
Build your learning, expand your network, do the coffees. Jinko.
Have grit.
Grit. All right, have grit. Dana.
I'm going to say it again. Be bold, just do it.
Be bold, just do it. Paige.
Look for the different avenues in. I started as a temp, for example, and worked my way into the industry that way.
We've got political scientists, temps. We've got people coming from everywhere. So you too can do it. And we're ending with you. Brinko, go right ahead.
All right, here we go. I think there's been more access that's been created. I think the pandemic has caused a lot of, pinch points, but it also provided access. Like, look, I mean, Dr. Coleman, I'll be honest, I saw you on YouTube. You've got a great playlist right now, right? I saw your interviews. So you can have access to research and find those ways to map your transferable skills. And then, like Tanya said, highlight them and leverage LinkedIn. I am a digital adapter / digital native. Y'all are digital natives. Y'all know how to hit me up on my LinkedIn and everything else that way. And know that we want your voice. We want you. You don't have to fit a mold. Just lean into what you bring, that passion, be that magical unicorn that you are, and know that we're welcoming those personalities and that voice. And like Kelly said, last point, we're industry, so there's, just because you don't necessarily draw, I never drawed, that's the word. I never drew, but I did enjoy making those connections with folks. And through that, I've been in production and now the director of DEI. So lean into your passions, use the resources available through the internet if you got them. Use the be bold, have the grit, the growth mindset, and just do it.
Fantastic advice, everybody. Labrea Bazilla, I'm sorry I didn't say your name. I know that was your question, just to acknowledge you out there. This has been an amazing panel. I can't believe you outed me like that about my YouTube. But thank you so much for this amazing discussion and panel. We hope that you will take these incredible takeaways, and we look forward to increased representation of women in animation. Thank you again. And of course, thank you to the organizers and to the sponsors. I turn it back to fabulous Rio, I think, right now.
Okay, thank you. I have to say, I think this is my favorite panel of all time. Honestly, the feedback we're getting on YouTube, I've probably gotten 30 or 40 LinkedIn requests in the last hour alone because of you ladies. Honestly, I can't even tell you what it means to me, just as a woman in entertainment, but a woman who is sort of an ally and a bystander to animation. I don't draw. I never drawed either or drew. But I worked at Fox and, in Disney, and, I was alongside Cars, and I was alongside The Simpsons and Family Guy, and worked with those amazing creators. So I think someone said there's other jobs if you don't draw. Thank you, Morinike. I was in marketing. And so, there's lots of ways in. So I thank you, ladies. We're going to go ahead and prep for the next amazing panel that actually is going to put the Afro in Afro animation. It's African animation. We have folks from South Africa, from Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome. We have folks from Ghana. We're going to talk about the storytelling in Africa and the collaborations that they're making. So thank you so much. We'll see you up in about 5 minutes for the next panel.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to this unique and inspired storytelling session. It was such a large session with the women in animation. I can't believe it. It was so huge. We were all waiting in the backstage. Well done to all the ladies on that. It is so great to be with you, and thank you for the huge honor. Thank you to Disney Animation Studios for allowing us to talk about something we're so passionate about, and a group of people who are literally in the thick of things in terms of unique and inspired storytelling from the continent. My name is Vanessa. I'm actually South African. I live in Cape Town, and I work with Triggerfish Animation. And gosh, I've been in animation since 2007. And back then, the industry, specifically in Cape Town, was really small, and the opportunities were quite limited, mostly commercial, actually. And over the last 15 years, to have seen the industry bloom in such an amazing way has been so exciting to see. It really is exciting to watch. Sorry, I'm just watching the chat just to check if my audio is fine. It is so exciting to watch these creators and writers who are on our panel today be a part of our session. I'd love to introduce the panel. They're joining us now. Chekwuba Okonkwo, who is the art director of Magic Carpet Studios. He's joining us now.
Hi,
Thank
guys.
you. Sorry. There we go.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Chekwuba, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm good. You look beautiful.
Great. And we've got... Thank you. We've got Ziki Nelson, the creator of Iwaju, joining us now as well. We've got Marlon West joining us. Hi, Ziki. How are you doing? We've got Marlon West joining us, the VFX supervisor on Iwaju. Hey, Marlon. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you? How's everybody?
Great. Welcome to the panel. I'm just introducing everyone, so we're all going to be on screen. We're also going to welcome Tendai Nyeka from South Africa and Nompi Vilakazi. Tendai is an executive. She's a creator. She's a writer. I'm not sure what she doesn't do, but she's currently working on some very exciting projects from South Africa. And Nompi Vilakazi as well, owner, creator, producer of many of our own shows, also from South Africa. Welcome to the panel, everybody. It's so good to see you. Can everybody hear us okay?
Hi, Vanessa.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Absolutely.
Hi, oh, great. Awesome. What an absolute honor to be on this panel, to be able to talk about unique and inspired storytelling from the continent. I'm so excited because each and every one of you has got your hands very much involved in a project, in a TV series, a feature film at the moment. And I know that you've got so many stories. I know that when we look at the industry a couple of years ago, there was not much going on. The interest to produce stories from the continent that has a global appeal, it was quite limited, but things have changed dramatically in the last 5 years that I've seen. But I'd love to just have each of you just introduce yourself, to let us know what you're working on and which projects you represent, and we'll jump straight in. Chekwuba, where are you patching in from?
Okay, my name is Chekube Okonkwo Emmanuel. I know it's quite long, but that's one thing about African names. I'm the art director of Magic Carpet Studios. Magic Carpet Studios was founded 5 years ago. We're pretty much an animation leading studio here in Nigeria. And we have very exciting projects. The Passport of Madam Ilia we're currently working on. And we have, some series that we are currently in production in. We are a studio that explores 3D animation, 2D animation, and also cutout animation. And so far, so good. I think it's been quite an interesting journey. I think that's it.
Amazing. Thanks, Chekwuba. And you're also you're heading up the project on Africa's first 2D animated feature film, which is so exciting. And I love that, because I honestly believe 2D is the way for African storytellers to tell their stories quite quickly. So I'm so excited about your project and what you guys are doing.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And Olifikayo, I hope I said that okay. Ziki, thank you for joining us. What an amazing opportunity to be able to meet you and to share your journey about Iwaju. Gosh, your background is just so colorful with all the graphic novels and stories that you've been knee-deep in and completely immersed in for all these years. Tell us a bit about yourself and where you're patching in from.
Hey everyone. Yeah. So I'm the co-founder of Kugali, where it's an arts and entertainment company focused on showcasing African-inspired stories using arts and animation. So we started off publishing comic books and graphic novels, but then started to also expand into the field of animation. And about 2 years into the 2.5 years into the journey, we were on the BBC, and that put us on the radar of Disney Animation, who eventually reached out to us interested in some sort of collaboration. And so after a lengthy discussion between both parties, we were able to strike. We were able to find something interesting to do together. And so Iwaju is really a collaboration between Kugali and Disney to showcase a West African inspired story the likes the world has never seen before. My role, both in Kugali and in Disney, and in Kugali, like I said, I was one of the co-founders. I'm also a writer as well. Really, I'm a storyteller at heart. So I've written, I think, 4 graphic novels. I think I have that math correct. And I also wrote, or I'm one of the writers on Iwaju, as well as the director.
Amazing. Oh, so exciting. Yeah, and the world can't wait to see what you guys are up to in studio. I know that Marlon, I mean, you're an absolute legend in the industry. You've been on every film that I love. Gosh, and you're working on with the team on Iwaju at the moment as well. Welcome to the panel. Where are you patching in from, Marlon?
I am in Glendale, California, which is just outside of Los Angeles. I've lived here in Los Angeles for about 30 years, and I've been working at Disney for almost 30 years. So I've been mainly working on their features and in their effects department as a head of effects on Encanto most recently, both Frozen's and Moana. But this was an opportunity to actually help create a whole show with some new storytellers, with new studio partners, a completely, African world. So I couldn't resist it. When I saw the pitch that Ziki and Tolu and Hamid had created, that we kind of had on our internal website for a while, I was blown away. There was like no way I couldn't participate in the project, and it's been really great working with them for like over a year now.
Amazing. Oh, thank you, Marlon. I can't wait to hear about all your stories as we get further along in this 1 hour session. It's far too short with all of you legends. And the ladies, last but not least, it's so great to see you, Tendai. I know that you're in Cape Town with me, but you're often all over the world and I can never quite keep up with you. You've got, Tendai, your history in filmmaking and in animation is an exciting one, and you currently have your own film that's going to be an Annecy in the Animation Demand Pitching Forum. Tell us a little bit about you and what you're up to at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm Tendai Nyeke. I'm actually Zimbabwean born, so shout out to my fellow Zimbos. And my journey into animation was the live action route, similar to you, Vanessa, but I think I kind of was in there longer. And I wish I discovered animation earlier because I'm loving it so much. So working in development, I sort of grew into a development role, executive role in my live action career, and then transitioned into animation. And the beauty of bringing different art forms together has been such a revelation to me, and being a player in that, and using different ways of communicating story and identity and character through visuals and music and story is just super, super cool. Currently supervising producer on a Disney Plus sci-fi animation slate. And then we saw Iwaju and we're like, yo, what are they doing? Which is really cool to see that there's stories from across the continent that are being given a stage. So our 10 shorts have 10 different directors from across the continent. And then just seeing, in fact, we were actually looking at your comics, Ziki, when we're kind of looking for stuff, for inspiration. And it was just really exciting to see how different creators are just finding any way possible to tell stories, even if it's not an animation. So being a part of that ecosystem is super, super cool. So outside of that anthology, as you said, I just got news that my film got selected to pitch at Annecy in the MIFA group. I'm super excited, but it's really scary being on the pitching side of things, because usually when you're a development exec, you're receiving pitches and you're listening to other people and judging everyone else. And then now I'm going to be judged and evaluated. But I love the opportunity to exercise that craft, as well as support other creators in telling their stories. So it's really nice to be on this panel and to talk more about what we're doing in African animation.
Amazing. Thanks, Tendai. And the other lady in our panel, Nompi Vilakazi, is just having some internet issues. I'm not sure if we can hear her, but we can't see her. But I can share a little bit about her, and when she does patch in, then at least you have a little bit of a sneak preview. Nompi owns her own company called Botano Pictures, and has actually just recently won the NFVF 3-year slate to develop television series and feature films. It's a South African fund, which is quite exciting because she has a number of shows on her slate, one of which is an exciting preschool show, and she really is a mover and shaker in the industry. She really is someone to watch as she finds her feet and owning her own IP and owning that space and telling her stories from our part of the world, which is quite exciting. So yeah, and specifically as an independent producer, it's a very exciting and a journey for her ahead. But we'll see if she can patch in a sec. And yeah, just I'm Vanessa. I'm from Triggerfish, and I've had such a pleasure over the years to have worked in a development capacity and as a producer on many of Triggerfish's projects. But the most exciting parts of my last sort of 5-6 years has been around acceleration programs and supporting and partnering with many new creators, writers and directors, artists, as they find their legs in this industry, specifically from the continent, and finding a way to bridge between opportunities and those wanting to partner with new, fresh voices, and making that work, putting the infrastructure in place so that they can actually make their films and their shows, and that it's successful. And so that's been exciting to do, just to be in a supporting role, and also working on the African anthology. And Mama K's Team 4 was a very much a part of my last couple of years, and Kia, the preschool show with Disney Junior, and it's been so amazing. As I said earlier, I've seen such transformation. I'd love to know, Marlon, from your perspective, based in the States, having a look into what is happening on the African continent, how have you seen change come about in the industry, specifically here?
Well, it's been wonderful, actually, not only working with the Kugali leadership and founders, but actually just seeing things going on at Triggerfish and other studios just around, just people entering the fray. And, I couldn't have imagined like a decade ago sitting on a panel like this with this many, African creators. This is just, it blows my mind, frankly. So it's just, I'm just super excited to see what other creatives and other voices are bringing into this fray of animation.
Amazing. And Chakwuba, I know that is a part of your studio's journey in Nigeria. Often it's quite a tough journey because it's a journey about being able to keep producing and developing your own IP, but also to keep the lights on, and that in itself is a challenge. And you're wanting to be inspired by and ready for when that next opportunity arises, but you're keeping a team alive, and everybody's so excited with you, and that passion is firing, but it's also hard to do the business of animation. How has the journey been for you these last couple of years?
Oh, the journey has been very, very interesting. I would say the journey has been very adventurous here in Nigeria. I think we are very highly spirited people, and we have the energy to work. I know that there's so many stories about Nigerians and everything. Quite all right. When we stumbled into animation 5 years ago, Magic Carpet started with a very slim team, team of 2 people, 2 animators, and we realized that, okay, skill, talent was really an issue. getting guys on board was really an issue, and we had to start reaching out to schools, going to universities, and trying to pitch, and get recruits, interns that would be interested in animation. And we went to this particular university. I don't want to mention names, and we realized that they are really going about things traditionally, right? And there are no computers and stuff. And we decided to, we wanted to build a magic lab, like a campus within the school, so that we can train students of graphics in animation. And, we kind of wrestled with that for a while until we had to set up that program for ourselves in-house in the studio, and we brought in up to 50 students, and we had to train them, put them through that training process. And it's really been a journey. So far, so good. And I think part of which we had to now look at African literature and tap into African literature. We all know that The Passport of Malam Elia is an adaptation of a very celebrated book written by Cyprian Ekwensi, a very celebrated writer here in Nigeria. His work has been read all around the world. And we started doing that work, and we realized that it's a lot more than we thought. So we had to take some steps back and start from research. So we had to go as far as Kano, where the story is being centered, and spend some months in Kano researching on how to create this particular project. And it's honestly is a long story. It's quite a lot of journey. But I would say, in my own experience, I would say the industry is still forming in Nigeria, and it begins with training. Training is the first step. I think we need to get more people aware about animation. Parents also need to see the future in animation and see that it's possible for artists to, make a career out of it, and it's something that really, really will take everyone far and put the continent at in a very good place in history.
And not only, I mean, kudos to the Magic Carpet Studios team for an initiative of training straight slap bang into schools to find talent. I mean, what an amazing way to do that. But I think what really also inspires more talent and fresh talent in this industry is the stories. And the stories excite us. And as soon as we're making and telling our own stories, the interest is there. The talent is there. They're ready. They're standing by and waiting for an opportunity. I mean, in terms of like Ziki, a part of Nigeria is culture, is these digital comics, and the comic book industry is huge, and Comic-Con in Lagos. And I think Nigerians are just so forward thinking in terms of if nobody's going to give us money and produce and help us produce our own stories, we're gonna just do the comics ourselves. We're gonna get them published. We're gonna get them out there. We're gonna get our own audience, and I love that about Nigeria. And I mean, what is the future of comic books coming out of Nigeria? Do you think the adaptation into films and TV are there? I'm guessing there's loads of stories out there waiting to be picked up.
Yeah, that's a big question, the future of comic books in Nigeria. And I don't know if I have a clear answer. However, I think that some of the things to consider are where it came from, where it currently is today, and then that might give us a sense of what the future might hold. So for a very long time, the comic book, I would even call it community in Nigeria, was very small and it was very niche. It was really just a handful of creators that really love to draw comics. And even back in the 90s, they were doing these comic book strips and trying to actually print out their comics and get them out there. And then I believe it was in 2007 that the very first Comic-Con in Nigeria actually took place. And I think that this is where things started to pick up a lot more momentum, because every year that Comic-Con just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And that was actually what inspired me, or part of what inspired me to embark on the journey that eventually led to Kugali with my co-founders. However, let's see, it's been 15 years since the first Comic-Con was in 2007. I had my dates wrong, 2012. So it's been about 10 years since that inaugural Comic-Con. In that time period, what I've noticed is the most pertinent issue is really distribution. The comic book industry is really centered on being able to distribute comics easily and seamlessly. I'm based in London, in England, and I can walk into a bookshop, I can walk into a comic book shop, or I can even order a comic book online very easily, very conveniently. However, we don't really have that distribution infrastructure in Nigeria and in most of Africa. So, one of the assumptions that we held is maybe we can bypass the distribution problem by focusing primarily on digital. But then we noticed that the digital distribution infrastructure as well is not the same as what you have in the West. Now, this has changed somewhat since we started, because, in the West, you have payment platforms like Stripe or WorldPay that allow these things to, like, transactions to take place. But, it's only like e-commerce in the Africa space is really only starting to take off. So I think once we see major innovation in these areas, we'll start to see an explosion in the creation and consumption of these content types of content. So in the short term, I think a lot of our success has actually hinged on getting a platform and an audience over in Europe and North America and in other parts of the world. And I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to foster the community and the industry home so that the necessary infrastructure and frameworks are in place for businesses to thrive in this creative space.
Ziki, I love that on your LinkedIn profile you say storyteller by heart, but entrepreneur by necessity. I just love that because that you have to make an end in terms of meeting those ends. Like storytelling is your passion. How do you think those stories going to the West and the e-commerce you're talking about and the interest that's generated? Are they interested in stories that are truly from Nigeria, stories that come from Africa? Just talk to me a little bit about global appeal and what you think about that in terms of original, authentic African stories.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing is I think that in Africa, at least certainly in Nigeria, there's this concept known as colonial mentality, which is the idea that our culture is actually inferior and things that are Western are superior. And so I think, at least in my generation and certainly in my parents' generation, this has been something that's pertinent within the culture, and it's really over the course of the last 10 years that I've tried to undo some of that brainwashing. So when I first started out, I felt like there was a need to sort of Westernize the content, Westernize my stories to make it more palpable, make it more palatable to global audiences. But then the more and more I leaned into the authenticity, the more and more people actually started to resonate with what me and my team were doing. And I think it's because it's twofold. Number one is people want, something new. I think that the storytelling industry has been highly saturated with similar types of stories from similar places for a very, very long time. And so when you create a story that's unapologetically African, it is distinct to what many of the Western viewers are used to, both from a cultural perspective, but also from an aesthetic perspective as well. So I personally found that actually leaning into authenticity has been a very, very important component of our success. And I think when people watch Iwaju, for example, and they see how unapologetically Nigerian it is in both the way the story is told, but also the way the visuals are represented, that's going to be what makes it great.
No, you're 100% right. Thank you for that, Ziki. I think often when we're in development space, you have to challenge yourself. And I know, Tendai, this is something I honestly think you do so well in terms of challenging what has been the norm and really just pushing forward with a vision for what could be new. Can you just share how you feel about that and how you hold that flag high in terms of the projects you're working on and your own projects and how important it is to you?
Thank you. I mean, the funny thing is these stories aren't new to us because we live them, right? It's just they might be new to the world. So I think the thing that I am constantly learning and challenging myself is what's the best way to present this to the world. So to someone else, it might read different. But if you can find a way to help connect people with what you're trying to do in your world, then you've done really well. And I mean, Marlon, with all the films that you've talked about that you've been involved in, completely different contexts, right? But there's specific things that are universal, and that's the thing I've been learning. And to your point, Ziki, like there's the westernization in terms of like seeing yourself as less, but then there's storytelling, and there's just as human beings, one of the things we have in common, even if we're from different places, and if we can find a way to foreground that, regardless of where you are, your race, your gender, and people can see themselves in conflict in characters or emotional experiences that the character's going through, it will connect, it will resonate. So that's my job as a development producer, to try and find those human things that are universal to all of us, and use that to connect with people. And then challenging myself. If something feels unusual, I have to test my worldviews and perspectives and biases, and just go, maybe something might feel unusual to me, but if it's held as truthful in whatever space that it is, how do you support that? So those are the things I constantly grapple with in trying to hold hands with creators and help bring to life ideas.
Yeah. Marlon, do you have some stories from the many, many films? I mean, Encanto, just such a beautiful Latin American feature film. You know, there's obviously been Coco over the. I mean, speak to that in terms of like those big blockbusters and films that you've been involved in. How have you journeyed and experienced that through those films?
You know, I would echo the sense of, you know, there's these universals that connect to people all over, and all ages and all races and all genders and all orientations. And I think that the thing about some of the films that I've worked on with Disney, but more importantly to this conversation, working with Ziki, is the specificity of these films is what makes them resonate with people. You know, when I was working on Moana, we were really trying to nail the shorelines of, you know, we have waves breaking a certain way here in LA, but we wanted people in Bora Bora to go like, oh yeah, that's how waves like lap up when you've got a reef around your island, Jamaica, Bora Bora, waves are lapping because they're breaking yards and yards away. And so that specificity is what people they see themselves and they see their world. When I went to New Orleans and learned how people cook there, how people take ladders to Mardi Gras and put their little kids on them, you know, and on an apple crate. Never saw that in the movie, but you saw it all over New Orleans. And so like when you put those things in your films that a handful of people, thousands of people will see and make it feel like authentic to them. Those are the things I think really resonate, as well as the universal kind of stories. And that's why I'm loving working with Ziki on Awaju, because it is unapologetically Nigerian. You know, it is. I haven't been to Lagos, but we're trying to keep it real for people that are there. There's things in it that we want people to look at and go like, oh, I can't believe you got that right.
Amazing. And a huge shout out to people in our audience who are joining us from Lagos, from Kenya, Senegal, Tanzania, Mozambique. Thank you so much for joining us. We're talking about unique and inspired storytelling from the African continent, African stories, authentic stories, and stories that move people and have and I never like never before I've seen such a movement and such a backing and a support by project partners to make these films, you know, whether it's recording voice talent with new fresh talent from that country, from Lusaka, training up voice talent so they can be in studio and be that character. You know, those kind of things are not given time in a normal production, but actually making sure if that TV series is set in Lusaka, Zambia, that sounds like Lusaka. The musicians, the artists, the storytellers get a sense of the performance and how people would live and move and speak and breathe in Lusaka and Zambia. And never before, I've seen so much time and patience put into the many levels of production. And I'm sure there's many stories that can be told. Marlon, is there any stories from your very many years and many films where you can speak to how you've loved working in VFX, how you came to work in VFX, and the kind of stories you love telling? Obviously, Iwaju is something you're passionate about. Is there anything from your journey to getting to this point that you could share with us?
I'll keep it short because I want to hear from some of these other beautiful storytellers. But yeah, I mean, the effects journey for me, I kind of stumbled into it because I've just loved animation. I've always wanted to just make films and tell animated stories. But I got into effects just because I was into more of the whole storytelling, especially when I was started off in 2D. Effects was often just how everything kind of was stitched together as far as the animation pipeline, and even when it just came to just drop shadows and lighting under characters, just to make a hand-drawn character look like it's in this painted world. So I loved effects storytelling and helping bring production value and magic to the worlds we've created at Disney. And I can only speak of my experience at Disney because I've been in there for so dang long. But that is, to me, what effects does. What I'm loving about working on Iwaju is that I get to stick my hands into so many aspects of the storytelling, from story and production design to rigging and modeling and character animation and lighting. And it's been an incredible journey to kind of actually watch so many artists across so many disciplines kind of bring their A game. Because we're all visual storytellers, no matter what you're doing. Everybody's a storyteller.
Absolutely. That's the one thing I love about animation, that it's a massive team of people who are contributing at every single little detail and level and are pouring their lives and their art into that frame. Tendai, tell me a little bit about, I know there's some questions coming in from the audience, which is super great. Keep them coming. We'll jump to that in a sec. Tendai, tell us a little bit about your journey as a woman and as a woman producing in this space, and how that's been for you. And in the African market, you've also worked a little bit abroad and studied abroad. Tell us a little bit about being a woman in this space. It's a very vague question, I know, sorry.
So I know, Vanessa, you and I last year were involved in Women in Animation. And we are involved in Women in Animation ongoing and trying to find a way to encourage women to participate more across the different parts of the animation process, not just producing, right? But also technical jobs, storytelling, strategy, whatever it is, right? So I know you and I are committed to having our voices in the process somewhere, right? My journey, it's weird. The first time I experienced animation was watching it was The Lion King, and I felt all sorts of feelings, and I was like, I'm somehow connected to this, but I didn't know how to get in, which is why I did the whole live action thing. And only at university, when I did a class in CG modeling, I met a guy, and it was a lot of dudes in that class. But because I was also paying my way, and I was like, I haven't got time to be doing things frame by frame. I want no time for this. I'm working 3 jobs. I can't do this. So I did some fine art class instead. So I think I had that impatience, that whole rendering thing. Marlon, I admire your work, Ziki, you and drawing. And I'm like, kudos to you, do that. But I think I was very interested in being support and creating spaces where artists could feel they could thrive. And I was super passionate about doing that. And so I guess as a woman, I just didn't feel like those spaces were made for me, and people were having conversations with me around what I could do. And so I kind of had to create those spaces myself, or knock on my own, or ask questions on my own. So that's the one observation I've made. I think a lot of women, particularly on the continent anyway, Vanessa, you and I were involved in a lab, an artist lab, and finding women to do storyboarding, you know, they're just not doing it. Like, and I'm not sure why. I mean, conversations we've had with other African female directors are around women have a lot more responsibilities at home. So the time to be practicing your draftsmanship and doing your taxes as an entrepreneur and helping ill parents and, you know, keeping the lights, it's a lot of burden on women. So you're not finding them investing in modeling, or they're doing the more, you know, the in-out results-oriented stuff, like the quick results-oriented stuff. So it's a challenge, and I do want to challenge the likes of you know, the big partners to continue the work they're doing and trying to create support that can allow for some freedom and breathing room for people to participate and grow their skill, particularly women. But I think in the last few years, in terms of women in content, we've seen a big rise. We've seen a lot of them, like, where are the dudes now? Like, what's my nephew? Who's my nephew's hero? But I think we can be each other's heroes regardless of gender, right? And I think that's what we're doing now, in that women can be role models for young boys, boys can be models for women, trans people can be, you know what I mean? Like, we need to see all of it so we can see ourselves in all of humanity. So yeah, I think it's an ongoing battle, and I'm so stoked that people on this call are helping with the building of this whole industry for us as Africans.
Absolutely. Couldn't say that better. There was a question that came from Milton Tinga. He asked, and anyone from the panel, please feel free to just jump in. As an African animator and a filmmaker, what can I do to get exposure and the exposure I need to collaborate with some big studios? What would he need? What can he do? Which opportunity can he take up? Any thoughts from the panel?
I mean, I can jump in, but I think the most important thing is really at the moment, like, we don't have that much talent yet. There's still a really massive skill deficit across the continent. So if you can really just hone your skills and put your work out there, that will automatically set you apart, because right now is the time to really be getting involved, because there's a skill deficit, but there's growing interest in the African animation industry and community. So there's going to be continued investment. But beyond that, I don't have anything else beyond, once you can get your skills up to a certain level, really just putting yourself out there and networking. I don't know if anyone has any more insight to add to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to just jump in quickly. Oh, go check.
Okay.
Go check, Wilbur.
All right. For me, I would say partnership is very important and collaboration is very important. We need each other to really make this space work. We realize that, you know, in Africa we have really, really small studios everywhere, and I think we need to come together and start, you know, learning how to work together. I think we also have to outgrow the idea that, okay, the story is not yours or mine, but it's ours, right? We need to come to that consciousness that, okay, we can also find our place in making this whole thing a reality. And for me, I think thinking industry, thinking partnership, and seeing how you can apply yourself, probably as an animator, a storyboard artist, a writer, a production manager. There's always a humble beginning to these things, and don't be too scared to probably even begin on an internship level, right? To just work your way up there, because there's really, for the animation industry, there's really a structure. You have studios that are working on projects, and sometimes it's really, really tight to fit in maybe a new idea or a new staff, because there's an ongoing production. So I think it begins with seeing how one can apply, you know, himself to a studio and contribute to the work, and then you see how you can work your way up there at the end.
Yeah, that's great, Check. Tendai, I know you also had some thoughts.
I want to echo what Chekuba is saying. I think also these two are role models, and Nompi as well, in that they started companies wherever they were, right? Like, so organize, right? So to your point, Jacob, around forming partnerships with other people that are trying to do what you're doing, organize and combine forces, combine energy. And that way you are more visible, right? If you're animation is teamwork, right? So get people that do what you're doing and are adding to a different part of it. The other thing is consistency. Again, Magic Carpet and Kugali and Nompi's company, Botono, consistently doing stuff, getting better and putting stuff out. And I think that's how you get attention. I think, Ziki, I don't think there's any way you would have gotten attention if you didn't have a slate, like if you didn't have like a history of stuff that you've been doing. So it adds to your credibility. So keep making, post your stuff on Instagram, ArtStation, be visible, be out there, and you will get the attention.
Yeah, I can only echo
absolutely
what folks said here already. Put your work out there, and and be good. It sounds really simple. It's not easy, which is why they're two different words. But yeah, hone your skills however you can. Sometimes you got to start out. I started off as a trainee at Disney after being a professional for a while. My brother had his feelings hurt, but I'm glad. It took me like a couple of days there to realize I'm like, oh dang, I'm not really hitting it. I'm glad they let me up in this trainee program. So yeah, if you can find mentors that are in the industry, if you can find people to sponsor you, not only financially, but people to look out for you and that will help point you in the right direction with folks who can help make your dreams come true. But yeah, I say, hard work and putting your stuff out there. There's never been a better time as a creative person to actually put your work out there and have people find you on Instagram and other places, to work with people all internationally. I mean, we've got 6 time zones in every meeting on Oahu, and there's people I work with that I only know on Zoom. So it's not being right down the street, never, can't stop you.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Does not matter.
Absolutely. It does not matter anymore.
Working all over the globe together in different time zones.
That is so exciting, because I think that's an opportunity. As African people, I think, are just so resilient and are going to take advantage of that. Like, there isn't, aside from an internet connection, a solid one, there's nothing stopping you from getting noticed and being a part of those meetings. And not to echo anything that was said, I think there are many opportunities where, even just online or in forums, Comic-Cons, festivals, markets, specifically focused on animation, there are quite a lot of opportunities to be a part of that. And so I would encourage any young creator or filmmaker who has ideas to try to get to those markets and film forums for animation, and to have something ready to pitch and be pitch ready, because you can have a great idea, but if you're not pitch ready, you're really not going to be able to have a conversation and to open up a door potentially for some great opportunities. And being pitch ready means you've got to hone that skill and make sure that something is appealing, that can read well, that it's exciting visually. There's a couple of things related to pitching that we could work on as well. And if you have something that's exciting, it's going to get noticed. And also just to not give up. Most creators, writers have a couple of projects up their sleeve, and to not be too precious about one. If it's not going to work in this time and you've pitched it around for a while, keep pitching, change it up, try some other pitches as well. And don't hold on to something specific. I'm not sure, Ziki, and check how many pitches you guys have had before you got noticed in that first meeting, and then there was the potential for further development. I mean, was there a lot of pitches? I mean, did you feel disillusioned at times? Like, how was that for you both?
Personally, I think pitching is part of the culture. I think you always have to pitch. You always have to pitch to your team to even get their own contributions and ideas. You also need to pitch, to investors, and there's always that back and forth and going back to the drawing board to restructure. your pitch material, and also speaking to studios that have been there before you. I remember several times we've had meetings with Triggerfish, and just try to get some encouragement and get some advice. Okay, how you went about this, and I think the industry is one, and I think we just can feed off from each other's own story and our own learning process. So teaching is part of the culture. You are never going to stop teaching. I think teaching is just part of the whole animation dream. And whenever you get turned down, you go back, rework it again, then make it better. So some people have been teaching for years, and sometimes it can really be exhausting because you're asking yourself, what really is the problem? Is it that I'm not getting it right in terms of business, or in terms of the quality of the story or the art? And you just have to keep tweaking, and just hoping that the best deal would come. And I think the best part of teaching too is also listening for advice, to know what the gray area are, honest feedback. The worst thing one wants to do to himself is probably tell himself the lie that okay, you have the best material. Always look for honest feedback, look for critics and everything. Just it's best than you are unaware, and you keep working with that project, believing that okay, it's the best thing ever. So I think teaching is part of the game. You just have to keep doing it. And for me, for animation, I think what really keeps us as animators and also directors is really the love. And I think the art of escapism, the fact that you can escape to a different world or a different realm and translate that illusion to other people, and they can react the same way, is just the beauty, right? So if you can hold on to that tight enough for years, I think it will do something to yourself too. I think it also increases and gives you the strength as a leader, as a person. You find the courage, right, to even handle great attacks. So teaching is part of it.
Vanessa, I think you're muted.
Thank you, Ziki. How many times do we all do that a day? Chekbuba, I'd love to know a little bit more about your 2D feature film, because it's something that's I've already seen some images. It's gorgeous. I can't wait to see more. What is the plan for your feature film, and what is currently cooking at Magic Carpet Studios?
All right. As I said, so for the feature film, we had to go back to our literature because there are a lot of familiar ground. A lot of us played with, and we played with a lot of characters, fictions, and everything. But we felt that to really, really tap into something that everybody, my parents, the young ones now can really connect to, is probably looking at our literature. So Passport Manuel, we started that journey looking at African writers series and trying to draw inspiration from what they had back then. It's almost like your granddad telling you a story, right? So for the Passport of Malam Ilya, we are really, really neck deep into production for the past 2 years right now. It's a 2D feature film, and this is the first time we are trying a feature film, and really, really, it's really tough, honestly speaking. But the truth is, by the time you look at the end product of every scene, and you see how magical and beautiful it is, and you are having guys around the team just come and take a view, and having a special screening sessions for some people, and they're encouraging you that this is magical, this is awesome. I think that gives you an edge again to keep working it out. So I think that has been really, really the biggest encouragement. We're working with big artists, very, very celebrated artists. Bruce Onabrakbeya is a very celebrated African artist. His works are very abstract based, and his works are really celebrated around the world. So we are working with him on that project. And for a man that is in his 80s, he's bringing in something completely new. And, he doesn't understand computer animation quite all right, but he wants to understand it, and he wants to see how he can. So it's just, I think it's pretty much the love. There is the love part of it, and then there is where guys are working night shifts and, just spending the night at the studio. So that is, the animation culture. But I think everybody, the team, shout out to the team, Ferdinand, my CEO, and the entire team for Ilia Project. We have some contract, staff, guys that are freelancing, working with us from different parts of the world. We have in-house teams working with us, and it's just been amazing. It's been an adventure so far, from the recording stage to the production stage. For the fact that this is the first time for us, I think it's pretty much really exciting, and it's telling in the work as well. So we are still in production, and for release, there's no plan for release now. There's no release date.
Okay.
Once we have that, we'll get that across.
Chekwuba, we are all behind you. We have all actually been there to some degree, where there's a project that's burning and you are dying for the world to see it. We are 100% behind you. If there are any partners who are looking for the first 2D animated feature film, reach out to Magic Carpet Studios. We are right behind you. And if there's any way that any one of us can support you in this journey, do reach out, because that's really what this beautiful animation industry is all about. It's the support, it's the community across all the oceans. We can be connected now digitally, and all the very best with that feature film, and also all the very best to you, Ziki, and to Marlon on your film, your series. Iwaju. I know that you've got your first episode that's coming out of production, or we can't wait to see it. Bottom line, like, when is it? When can we see it?
I think it's going to drop summer of 2023.
Fantastic. All the very best for that. We're so excited to see the what is the best way to say it? The untapped, beautiful, raw Nigeria coming through in animation. Good luck with that. Thank you, Tendai, and all the very best for ANSI and for your pitching of your feature film, Tribe, which is it's not set in Zimbabwe, is it? It's kind of like a multicultural, or is it set in Zimbabwe?
It's inspired by my grandmother, and I riffed off Zimbabwean mythology. Yes, a little bit.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, and we really missed out on Nompi in this panel. She's a wonderful businesswoman and huge passion as well to do so many amazing stories from the continent. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thanks again to Disney Animation Studios, to Trevon for producing this panel for us on Rio, for connecting us all. We really, truly appreciate it. And thank you very much.
It was absolutely.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Rio.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Absolute pleasure.
Ziki, back to work.
yeah, back to work.
Thank you, African Storytelling Panel. Tendai, Vanessa, coming off of the Women in Animation panel this morning. I think it was just so lovely and inspiring to see the two of you, to know that there are women in animation all over the world doing big things in Africa, South Africa. Shout out to Zimbabwe, from where Tendai is born. So thank you so much, everybody. I cannot wait to see what other collaborations come out of Disney and Kigali, and Magic Carpet Studios, again, just in there, just grinding every single day. So we appreciate you, Chikube. And so now it is 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock on the West Coast, and we have an amazing, hour up ahead of us. So yesterday we heard from the 5 families of the Disney studios about what it takes to get in the door. So now we're going to hear from the other studios. We're going to hear from DreamWorks Animation, Sony Pictures Animation, Cartoon Network / Warner Brothers, and they're going to lead an impassioned panel of what it takes to get in the door in some of these other studios. So again, this is helping AfroAnimation fulfill our mission, not only connecting creators, but connecting creators to major studios. So we are so excited and thrilled for these major animation studios to participate and to help us. And then again, we talk about getting in the door. Lucasfilm, right off the main stage, if you're on the Hopin platform, look to the left, you will see a couple of different icons. Go into sessions and you will find something called Get in the Door, Diverse Perspectives on Paths into the Industry. And this follows the the debut of Get in the Door. If you Google Get in the Door Lucasfilm, you will see that there is a website already there. So we're excited to hear what those folks have to say. I, for one, will be in toggling between the panel and the main stage. We know we've given you a lot to do in this platform on this virtual summit this year, but it's all worth it. Thank you to our friends on YouTube. If you couldn't get into the Hopin platform, we appreciate you watching from YouTube. We had almost 2,000 people yesterday join on YouTube, and we have several hundred, almost 1,000 within the Hopin platform. So again, kudos to everybody who's been on stage. The women, gosh, Dr. Coleman, what an inspiration. And thank you to all of the women from Marvel, from Pixar, from Women in Animation, from Triggerfish, from our friends in South Africa. Please, we appreciate your support so much. So now I'm going to go ahead and stop talking again, and we're going to hold for the next few minutes, and we will hear from not only the other studios to offer inside tips on how to get a job in animation, but also to build a successful animation career. Lots of questions about the way in. And then please, like I said, go over to the sessions, Lucasfilm and Industrial Light Magic. They're going to talk to you about getting in the door, and they're going to share the perspectives of their employees, their non-traditional and sometimes traditional paths to get in the door. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and leave the stage and again, open it up to the panel and the session coming in a few moments. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us today, this afternoon, for a very important conversation. And I would like to start by thanking our amazing sponsors for this year and their support. Sony Pictures Animation, Nickelodeon, Warner Animation, and DreamWorks Animation Studios. And I also like to welcome our panelists. And let's see. Chris Lee, Director of Global Talent Acquisition. Welcome, Chris, from Sony Pictures Animations. And we also have Camille Eden. There we go. Hi, Camille. She's the VP of Recruiting and Talent Development for Nickelodeon Animation Studio. We have Alexis Jackson who's joining us. Hi, Alexis. Welcome. She's the Manager of Talent Acquisition, DreamWorks Animation. And we're waiting on Joe Hughes. And Joe, if you are listening to us, there you are. See, we're not waiting for you anymore. Thank you so much for joining us, Joe. And Joe Hughes Sr. is a talent development specialist for Warner Brothers Animation and Cartoon Network Studios. Welcome, everybody. What a fantastic group of panelists we have today on this panel. And I can't wait to start this conversation. Welcome. So I guess we can just jump right in and just start by having these interesting questions and conversations, because the summit is so important for the inclusion of Black and Brown animators specifically. So I want to start with a question that is open to everybody. If it seems like something you want to answer, just go ahead and answer it. So let's start with, for most people, going to school is a first step in getting a career in animation. And for people who may not be able to afford a degree, does your studio support different non-traditional paths to animation careers? Go ahead.
We're all being so polite. I can jump in.
It's about information, so go right ahead.
Yeah, so at Sony Pictures Animation, our recruiting team is pretty new. We all started at the studio within the last year, and our team was hired with a focus on promoting diversity with diverse team members and restorative justice advocates. And in this time, we've really been focusing on ways to provide access and information to those who are interested in animation, who may not have access to that information through a traditional four-year program. So right now, we've been really trying to use our website as a platform to provide that information. There's a page that has portfolio tips. There's an actual checklist on what we're specifically looking for in story and art portfolios. And last year was the first of what we're hoping to be an annual event. We had a summer speaker series. We called it Summer with Spa. And we partnered with Black and Animated and did a 5-week series where we covered topics like story, art, production, development, and we rounded it off with a recruiting panel. And this year we're partnering with Rise Up Animation for the same kind of series. And we're also trying to focus on schools that may have been not tapped into the past, like community colleges and state schools, and really just reaching out to them to provide information on what is available in animation. It could be artistic roles, it could be non-artistic roles. We're really just trying to give them that information and let them kind of choose their own path. And Sony also funded some really amazing partnerships and programs. One in particular is the SPAMAP program. It's Sony Pictures Media Arts Program in partnership with the City of Los Angeles Cultural Affairs. And in this program, we provided a series of talks to high school and middle school age students, again, around what's available in animation. So those are kind of the things we're doing at Sony.
Wow, thank you so much for sharing that. And I love the fact that you're going to the younger generations because, yeah, you can get some great talent and skill sets from there. So, and anyone else wants to chime in on this question?
Yeah, I can speak for us at Nickelodeon. Very similar to the work that Chris is doing at Sony. I think a lot of studios are leaning into, especially when my passion has been about diverse hiring, before it was called diverse hiring. It was just like, it was something that at least I felt personally that needed to change, you know, to see more people of color, people with disabilities in the industry, to get them working in the industry and make space at the table. And I think that, you know, a lot of very similar programs, we've worked with organizations like Women in Animation, Black in Animated, Rise Up Animation, Latinx in Animation, you know, and also as well with, you know, initiatives that are going on within our state. And again, reaching into a lot of those schools. You know, we have some amazing leadership at our studio. Ramsey Nato, you know, our head of studio, when I came to her with an idea for creating pathways for people, you know, she didn't hesitate. She was just like, yes, do it, do what you need to do. And similar, we did almost like a week-long boot camp for people. And that boot camp was to prep people, because we, at the end of it, we actually opened up all of our roles to people, but the whole week was spent to kind of get people prepped. I think as well, to answer your question, there's a lot of online resources available to people now that, you know, weren't back in the day. You know, this whole pandemic has changed the way that we're working. It's changing the way we're communicating. And opportunities and programs just like this conference are a great way for people to get connected globally, to get the information that they need to get, you know, the knowledge and the skills base for the accessibility to start tapping into the industry.
Camille, thank you so much for sharing your feedback on this as well. And, you know, a couple of things that I think stood out for me is leadership aspect of how change is impacted by strong leadership. So I'm really happy to see so much, hear so much about that and the desire to have the inclusion in it. Joe, Alexis, would you like to share any feedback on the same?
Sure. So thanks, Joe. DreamWorks is, I think, very similar to what Chris and Camille have already touched on. You know, we're really looking to find new avenues of tapping into talent. And so whether that's partnering with high schools or new organizations, our early careers team is really leaning into where is this talent that we might not have been looking for a few years ago. At DreamWorks, we've recently gone through all of our job descriptions, and for the entry level, taken out that requirement that has been there in the past to have a degree or equivalent experience. So we really do want anyone to feel like they can be self-taught, they can, you know, have a chance to get into this industry, and we welcome those interactions and trying to find that talent right now.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexis. Joe?
Sure. I'll follow what everyone else said and just add that obviously the idea of needing to go to school and having a degree can be unintentionally exclusionary. And so that's something that throughout the entire industry, we have to be very aware of at all time and constantly be pushing to make people realize that animation can be for everyone. Stories should be for everyone, and the idea of creating stories should be for everyone. So in addition to all the things that everyone else said, a lot of it to me and to us is finding talent in all these different avenues. You know, because of the internet, you have people posting things that make themselves accessible in a way that they weren't years ago, back in the day. Talking to artists are constantly following other up and coming great artists and finding the next generation. Sometimes just because they found them on Instagram or because they were recommended to them by another artist. There are so many different avenues now that didn't exist before. So something that was unintentionally exclusionary, and sometimes intentionally exclusionary, is with enough work, less so than it was in the past.
Well said, Joe. And, you know, I have to say that the common theme that I'm hearing is younger generation and really going after and providing the right adequate tools, resources. I personally know of a lot of 13, 14-year-olds that are joining this seminar today because they are very excited about animation industry and have been reaching out to me to say, what do we do? So I'm like, attend the summit. So I want to jump right into the second question here with for all of you guys here. Is there room for non-artists to grow into an animation career from another part of the studio, right? So if so, what can they do to achieve success?
We have a one of the things I was amazed at when I started at Nickelodeon, I started literally just before the pandemic, at the end of January, and didn't get a chance to meet a lot of people. I was there literally for a month and a half before, we went to working like this. But one of the things that really amazed me about Nickelodeon was how many people had started, in the mailroom, how many people had started as receptionists, how many people had started as an EA or a PA, and were now writing on shows and working on shows. And, we had a lot of folks who had come through our intern program. And I think it goes back again to the structure of the studios in being open to, promoting the talent within. You mentioned earlier about, there is always the lens of new talent coming in, but within every studio, at least in my opinion, you have a whole amazing talent pool of people ready to go and work for you. And so it's like creating pathways within the studio for those kinds of folks, but also, providing opportunities for, potential within your studio. So we do have some great programs within. We're working on, cross-departmental training, things like that, so that people can get access. And there's a lot of lectures and classes that happen, along with the programs. So there's so much untapped potential already within. But it just, I'm really happy to work at a place where you can see somebody come again from the mailroom and be head of the sound department. That's a true story. So, yeah.
Thanks, Camille. I mean, it sounds like, Nickelodeon and even everyone else here has a strong corporate culture, because I think it really does boil down to how are we proceeding with uplifting others and internally first, right? So I think that's beautiful. Chris, Joe, Alexis, anybody else would like to share a little bit more about this?
Yeah, I think I'm going to piggyback on what Camille was saying. I feel like, what's special about animation is that it's such a community and we're all just like rooting for each other, especially within our own studio. So whenever we are able to see people pivot and transition from a role to another department and another role, that's always super exciting for us. And we've seen a lot of success stories from production staff moving into artistic roles. And we have an apprenticeship program at Sony that actually supports that kind of growth and transition. So our apprentice program will have entry-level artists move into a production. They'll be mentored by a senior artist along their journey. They meet with our artistic management team along the way for support and guidance. And, we've seen success in that area. And, we also have an open door policy for referrals. We love getting referrals from any department at any level for any position. And like I said, it's just those kind of success stories internally that really are, exciting for us to see.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Chris. I literally made a note. I'm like, wow, what a great best practices, things that we can adapt on just everything. So I think that's wonderful that you guys have such great best practices. Joe, Alexis, anything to share on that?
I can go ahead and jump in. I think at DreamWorks, it is just part of our philosophy of helping people to continue to grow in their careers. And if that includes, like Chris said, a pivot, we're very open to that. We have, two whole teams at the studio, our department managers and our creative talent managers that really help our production teams and artists grow in their career. And so if that's moving from production into an artistic role, or like on our team, we just had a recruiter join us who had been in production for 10 years. And so I think it's really boils down to the individual communicating to their leaders, like what they want to do. And I've always seen it be supported and, getting people access to training or mentorship, and then seeing how we can help them grow.
Thank you, Alexis. Joe, you're on.
So I get to work across two different studios, Cartoon Network Studios and Warner Brothers Animation. And one of the really fortunate parts of that is that the two studios work together so well, and you see people move across, going back and forth. You can have somebody whose interest is working in, something preschool, but then all of a sudden they realize, I want to work on something that's a bit more adult. And you can move back and forth, and you can talk to different people in different departments about what you want to do. it's about being open with the people you report to, but it's also about fostering an environment where the people you report to are making it known that you should feel as comfortable as possible. You should feel completely comfortable coming to them and saying, oh, this is something that I want to try. And also, once you get in, it's about showing, I think, an intellectual curiosity, for want of a better term. Talk to line producers, talk to artists. There are so many people who start off as artists and then they realize, actually, you know what, I want to be a writer, and vice versa. There are so many different areas of interest. There's so many different things because animation is so involved. So many different people do so many different things. And you can also talk to people who are doing jobs that you don't think you necessarily want to do, because you might find out more about it and then realize, oh no, that's really something that I want to do, that I want to pursue. I want to be a line producer, because at the time I didn't understand what a line producer does. So yeah, it's just about fostering an environment, I think, where people feel very comfortable showing intellectual curiosity and saying, hey, this is the thing that I'm curious about approaching. How would I do that?
Well said, everyone. Honestly, I think, Joe, to follow up with what everybody is saying about fostering environment is mentorship. I think getting into any new career or anything new is intimidating. And I think if you're younger, it's even worse. So the mentorship programs, it sounds like a very common theme of just holding on to it and really helping them with progressing into the next level. So it's really great to hear that. I want to jump right into still speaking about positions at your studios. What's a good entry level opportunity, would you say, at your studio, and how competitive is it?
I can jump in. Sorry, Chris.
No, you're good.
So we have a whole team that is dedicated to our early careers programs at DreamWorks. And so we have internships and apprentice programs that I would say are the great way to start and get your foot in the door. They're targeting less than 2 years of experience and people either right out of school or pivoting in their careers. So for us, I would say that's the most natural way to get in. It is very competitive, and I think we're seeing more and more artists come into this industry and looking for opportunities. So it's a good problem for us to have, but it's getting pretty competitive.
Yeah, no, I would say so. Joe, would you have anything to say?
There are so many different studios now. There's more animation out there in the world than there has ever been. So in some ways it is very competitive, but also there are just so many different avenues that didn't exist to people. And because of conferences like this, there's more awareness of all the different avenues that you can pursue to get into animation. Again, internships and apprenticeships, there are a few different ways to attempt to get your foot in the door. But then again, once you get in, use that time to ask as many questions as possible and make sure you find an environment where you are made comfortable to ask those questions. That's one of the things that really attracted me to working at Cartoon Network Studios and Warner Brothers Animation. Is we're at a point, the two studios are at a point where they recognize that the best way to tell the best possible stories, because that's what we want to do, is to foster healthy creative environments.
Well said, Chris. Well said, Joe. Chris is who I was after. I know you wanted to share something, so go for it, Chris.
Yeah, and I think, for us, our production assistant roles are a great entryway position, even if you want to stay in production, or if you, like I said, you want to pivot into artistic role, I guess you get a really great foundational understanding of the production pipeline, which will only make you better at your job, no matter which direction you go. And we typically have a couple of PA positions on every production, and we try to open up this position to a wider pool of candidates. And, although animation experience is a plus, it's also our goal to bring in diverse candidates with the right amount of transferable skills so that they can be successful. And then it's our job to train them up on the rest.
Yep. Makes total sense. It's, again, boils down to the leadership and fostering environments and mentorship. I mean, those are something that key things that are really standing out in this. Camille, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think, again, I probably would echo what everybody else said. Internships are a great way for folks to get a foot in the door, and also to see if, it's if that is the pathway that they really want, because you will get an opportunity to be inside of a studio and experience the actual working of a studio, because you kind of have an idea of what it's like, but then when you're there, there's the reality of what the role is and what the studio is and what studio culture is. So that's one way. EA roles, PA roles, are always a good foot in the door. Any kind of assistant role. One other thing I would echo is Chris brought up transferable skills. A lot of people may not apply to roles or think that they don't have the experience, but it's those transferable skills that you really should play up on your resume and when you apply. We've had people come in from the restaurant industry into production assistant roles because those are actually transferable skills, or retail. So you may not think you have the experience, but you actually do. And it's really important to understand what the job is asking of you to do. It's really important to study the job description and understand what you're actually being asked to do rather than blindly applying for any job. It's almost like the job description has all the answers to the test if you pay attention.
Camille, thank you for sharing that, because it is so true. And I think it becomes, especially with the young adults, we're excited to start something new and we just want to get inside the door. And a lot of times we're just not paying attention to what's being asked. So thanks for sharing that. I'm going to get to the next question here. And what is the mission and strategic approach towards increasing diversity at your studio? And anyone wants to go jump in first, please go ahead.
I think
I'll let Joe go.
Yeah, Joe, go.
So you go. You always pick on your last.
Yeah. That's why I've been calling on Joe first.
I'm just trying to be polite always. No, I think the mission is simply telling the best possible stories. That's why we're all here. That's why we all got into careers. And if you are only telling stories from one or two points of view, if you're being that rigid, then by definition, you can't possibly be telling the best stories. So that is always the mission. Making your staffs, making what you produce more diverse is the right thing to do ethically, sure, but also it is the right thing to do creatively. We all want to tell great stories. In terms of strategy, a great example is something like Craig the Creek, which is a Cartoon Network show that's been really successful for us. It's a great show. But then you take that and you spin it off into something like Jessica's Big Little World. And now you've got two shows. One of them is a preschool show, and you're creating more jobs and you're telling more stories and you're reaching different audiences. So it's not just about giving someone an opportunity, but then you're taking that opportunity and you're spreading it and you're increasing it. We work with Black Women Animate on our revised cartoon shorts. We just yesterday, I believe, announced a new project teaming up with Trevor Price, the former NFL player, his studio, Neuro Projects, where we're going to take 6 different creators from the Baltimore area where he played and give each of them a chance and help partner them with creators in our studio to help build a Bible for their shows. And at least one of those shows will be picked up by Cartoon Network. And that's a really big deal. So that's part of the strategy in reaching out to so many different people. But again, the mission is always just making the best stories.
Thank you so much, Joe, for sharing. Okay, Camille, I think you're ready for next, right?
Yeah, no, I think, the mission, everyone's going to have their own studio culture, right? Everybody's going to have their own way of doing this. I think what's amazing about this time that we're in is that we are all actually talking about this, and we all are here in summits like this, and that it's happening. Like, who would have thought a few years ago we would be able to host, be in part of a thing called AfroAnimation. So that's huge amongst, just for the industry. So we're making strides, and I think, we have a lot of work to do. Within our studio, going back once again to what I had mentioned before about leadership, we have some amazing leaders in that they, after the murder of George Floyd, they immediately jumped on, and it came from the top down, where it's like, okay, we have to do something. We have to pause a minute. what is it that we need to do to, make change and make space at the table. And, immediately following, Nickelodeon, we put together across our kids and family segments, not just within our studio, but across the company. At the time, Viacom CBS, now we're Paramount, but it was a message of we're going to make a change and we're committed to make a change. We created an inclusivity council within, and it's not just about coming together and talking. It's also kind of going back to the productions and the shows, and there's an accountability. So it's almost like, okay, we made this, we're going to make a pledge, but what are you going to do on your show or your production to pledge to do this work? So it's usually like recruitment and HR and, a few leaders, but you have to put that onus too back on everybody within your studio to make that change, because otherwise you can make great efforts in recruitment to bring people in, but if you don't have the support within your studio, within your shows, within your hiring managers, it's not sustainable. So it's, like I said, the work, we've got so much work to do, but we're doing it. So it's great.
So well said, Camille, because I'll add that the current affairs, all the world, I mean, we've changed in the pandemic and we've had to pivot, we've had to learn, we'll have to adapt. Sometimes we like it or not, we have to do that. So as a corporation, I'm so happy to see that so much change has emerged in a good way as well from the pandemic, right? So Chris, Alexis, please add anything else.
Yeah, I think, for Sony, we created Sony Pictures Action, which focuses on 4 pillars in areas that we want to increase our inclusion and diversity strategy. And the first being our people. So that's our employees and the people that we hire, our content, the stories that we tell, our partners. So that can go all the way from our suppliers to the organizations that we partner with, like HBCU in LA. And to our community, so like the organizations that we donate and support. And and going back to what Camille was saying, it's like the whole company has to be aligned. So yes, recruiting, we want to bring in diverse talent, but what are we going to do to support them? And what will the managers do to identify them? And we're, for the people pillar, we're trying to build training courses around unconscious bias to help managers make better decisions when they're hiring candidates, and thinking about unconscious bias and implicit bias in the interview process, and internal leadership opportunities for growth. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we want to make sure that we're increasing representation behind the camera as well as in front of the camera. We're in animation, so camera. But yeah, it's obviously a really important topic for all of us right now, and it's great that we're where we're at the moment and bringing it to the forefront.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Chris. Alexis, you're up.
I think, like Camille said, it truly is incredible, I think, across all of the studios, how we've pivoted in this last few years to put this as the forefront of our mission. So not only is it great storytelling, but we want to connect with the audiences, and we know we have to reflect the audiences to be able to connect with them. And so after the events of these past few years, DreamWorks really has put an emphasis on not only bringing in diverse talent, but making sure people can thrive when they're here. So we have our equity alliances, which sounds very similar to kind of what other studios are doing, that our task force that have actionable plans of keeping us accountable and making sure we're creating sustainable change, that this is not just a topic that we're looking at right now, but that we are creating a culture long term for inclusion for people in the studio. So
thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your feedback on this. I wanted to kind of take a quick second to share some questions that we're getting from the audience. And this is open to all the panelists. So whatever resonates, please feel free to jump right in. First question here is from Walter Ruyorarsa. Please forgive me if I'm misspelling and pronouncing your name. Fast is there any red flags you avoid or get turned off by in what you may find in a resume or a portfolio?
I would say not so much turned off, but I you know, we have 4 people on here who can probably echo, 3 other people besides me who can echo. You know, it's really, again, when you see a resume or a reel and they don't pay attention to what's being asked. I think it's so important to know the company that you're applying to know the shows of the company that you're applying to. You know, you wouldn't apply to a Nickelodeon with a gaming portfolio, or, you know, if it's a role asking for, you know, certain skills, and you're putting, you know, banking skills. So it's just, again, it's really, really important to pay attention and do the research, do the homework, and that those are the things that are going to make your resume float to the top. And I wouldn't say it's a red flag, but one thing that people always forget to do in their resumes is put a little bit of themselves. So you put your hard skills, and you also want to make sure to include your soft skills, because you're coming into an environment that you're going to most likely be working as part of a team. So some of those things that we all look for is, you know, collaboration, your communication style, your personality. Are you showing any of your personality in your resume? And I think it's, people can forget to put the soft skills along with the hard skills of what they can do.
Thank you, Camille. Joe, go ahead.
I would add to that, and this is really important. I try to say this every time I do any panel. Make sure that we can contact you. You can have a portfolio that is fantastic, but if your email isn't anywhere on there, if we have to search really hard to find your name, you can be the next great animator, but if we can't contact you, we can't give you work. So on top of everything else, make sure your portfolio is really organized. Whatever you want to do, make sure that is reflected in your portfolio, and just make sure that we can reach you. I would say that 10 times in every panel if I could.
I like how we're all shaking our heads.
Chris. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I like how we're all nodding like, yes, we've all been through this. We're like, we find
that's why we're all laughing. We're like, oh my gosh, we've all been there. We've had resumes with no contact information. Yeah. So if you guys are watching and listening, so that's the first big no-no. So make sure that your contact information is there. Go ahead, Camille.
I have one to add to that. Spot on. And okay, if you're going to password protect your work, please add your password, because I can't tell you how many times we've wanted to see somebody and share. We're in the room with the hiring managers and we don't have your password. We don't have your password. Guess what? Next.
I don't see it.
So please.
Yeah,
and if you,
that was mine.
yeah, I don't know about you guys, but if I see something with a password and it's, so, you know, I'm like, why are they protecting? Like, why are they? That's the first question. Mm-hmm. So if you don't need to password protect it, you probably don't have to, but if you have to, then please put your password.
And I would say too, with the portfolio, it's, you know, the organization of it, it's super important, because, you know, we'll get a portfolio for a character design position, for instance, and, you know, it's one page, there's storyboards, there's background paint, and then maybe you scroll down and there's some character design. And, you know, it just makes it really hard for the recruiter to identify your work. And you might have the skill set, but if you make it hard to find, just like your contact info, we're going to have to move on, because we aren't able to find what we're looking for. So if you have more than one skill set, just organize your portfolio in a way where we can just target the information that we're looking for.
I agree with all of this. I think the underlying theme here is make it as easy as possible for the recruiting team to view your work, see your work, and access your work, because while you're just one applicant, we're looking at hundreds at a time, and we want that process to be seamless on our end. I can't tell you how many times I wish I could like jump up and down and cheer for Camille, because the password is the like most frustrating experience. Like, I want to see your portfolio, and I have to now either follow up with you or track down a password, and it's just unfortunate. So please make it easy.
So I have to say, the first red flag, please do not password protect your files. That is a very big red flag. And, I own a brand marketing and PR firm. And in our world of branding, we run into a lot of stuff of packaging. And it's really as simple as packaging yourself as a brand, because you're selling your services, you're selling yourself. You want recruiters to pick you. So you have to always remind yourself, I am the brand, and how do I package myself so I'm getting picked? So even in our world, we run into a lot of issues because we get 100-something resumes, and it's easy to just sort it out and password protect it. It's out the window. So I would say the number one red flag would be to just make sure you have clear, concise messaging on what is it that you are applying for? What are you going after? And maybe keep everything short and simple to maybe one page in an organized manner. I think you might get a win from that. I have another question from the audience, and this is from an anonymous person. How do you get back into the animation business after leaving for a decade for personal emergencies? I still have the contacts, friends, and respect, but the gap doesn't look good for a 50-year-old Black woman.
I can jump in on this one. I think that question has come up quite a bit lately. First of all, the fact that you're here at this summit, that's one of the steps, one of the many steps. Like coming to summits like this, networking, joining organizations, depending on where you are in the world, there are global organizations that support folks in animation. You might have some local resources and networking events. I think Joe mentioned mentoring before, like finding a mentor. If you have somebody who can sponsor you, and then just, jumping in the river of the industry and staying up to speed with what's happening, what shows are being produced where, getting back into the flow of things so that when you do apply and when you do interview, you're up to speed with where everything is at. A lot of us have had to take time off for family or loved ones or for whatever personal reasons, and it can be really difficult to get back in. But you also have a ton of resources literally at your fingertips. Like a lot of these resources weren't around when I was coming up, but you have internet, you have forums, you have summits, you have organizations, and they're all just a click away, from your laptop or even your phone. Take advantage of those opportunities and resources, and try to tap in and network as much as you can, and go to, if possible, events, and just, work on your resume, work on your skills. And if people ask you why the break, don't be afraid to say for personal reasons. I think a lot of people will look at that gap in time, and, if you have a justifiable reason, just speak to it.
And I do feel like since the pandemic and the Great Resignation, like people are more supportive of the fact that people have to step away to attend to their lives. And I read where LinkedIn is going to even like have something that shows these like support in like I stepped away for a life situation, like, and I feel like it's going to be more normalized than it has in the past, which I'm excited about. But I also recognize, like, when you're trying to step back into any kind of role, there's a recalibration that has to happen, maybe just to get you up to speed and make sure that you're successful. So maybe looking at what types of roles, it might not be the exact same role that you left 10 years ago, but maybe it's the role that will, you step into for a year or so to just recalibrate, get your foot back in, and then make that transition into the role that you really want. And that might be the best thing for you at the moment. But like I said, I just feel like we're all aware of life situations now. And I feel like corporations are more supportive of that and recognizing that people have lives outside of work. So that is reassuring. I hope that's reassuring for whoever asked that question as well.
Thank you, Chris. Joe, go ahead.
I would add that being away from animation or really any industry for an extended period and then trying to get back in can be really intimidating. So the fact that you are here and asking that question is already a success. And it's important that you know that. But outside of that, let people know that you're trying to get back in the game. You were talking about connections. Reach out to the people. Did you have a mentor 15 years ago? And are they still in animation? Reach out. Just let everybody know in your contacts that you are trying to get back in, and have your portfolio straight the way we were talking about earlier. Show the work that you did, even if you were doing work 10 years ago, still show the work that you did, because that is something to be proud of. And again, to Chris's point, as a society, we are much more understanding of this than we used to be even 2 years ago. I would say still not quite as understanding as we need to be, but still we have improved leaps and bounds over the last 24, 30 months. So people will understand. So it can be an intimidating thing, but just try to push past the intimidation and just take the first step like you're doing right now, and just let people know that you want back in.
Yeah, I can't echo what you said enough, Joe. I applaud you. It's a very vulnerable experience to put yourself out there after, going through whatever you did in the last 10 years. And I would say, I want to talk with you. I would love to sit down and, help people who are trying to get back in. And I look at you, say, you've been in the industry, you're in your 50s. Like, I hear that, and I hear you have a richness of experience that we could probably all benefit from, you being within the industry again. And so I would have confidence in that, of while you might have a gap in your resume, you still can bring so much to an organization right now, and keep that in the back of your mind as you pursue conversations and job applications, because we need people like that. It can't all just be early career folks that we're looking to give opportunities to. So.
Thank you, guys. Pretty well said. And we still have a few more questions, but I think what we'll do is get back into a question and then get back to more questions, if that's okay. So is there anywhere you think your studio is doing well in attracting diverse talent?
I'll jump in. I think we try to lead with our work and promoting diverse characters and stories in our films and series. And, projects like Spider-Verse and Hair Love and Young Love showcase Black characters. And it's important that we have Black voices to tell those stories. And we do what we can to support them in telling those stories. We have another project, K-pop Demon Hunters, which I'm really excited about. And we're staffing up for that, and it's rounding out to be like a really dynamic and diverse team. And so I feel like our stories and our people who are telling them is really where we're maximizing our diversity footprint.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else would like to join in?
We have a, we have a pretty dynamic program at Nickelodeon, our Artists and Writers program. They're two separate programs where we bring in diverse talent. It's at an entry point, and these are folks who, it's not straight out of school, they have some experience, and to help bring folks into the writer's room, and as well into the artistic disciplines. And I can't tell you, I love sitting in on the sessions, because for the writers program, they actually have to pitch their stories, but they also pitch themselves. They talk a little bit about their background, and it's shared with the hiring managers within the studio across different shows and disciplines. So one, it gets the folks really vested in these people's future. And you also just get to meet some really amazing talent out there that you probably never would have. And I really love that program and what they're doing. And we're working on another version of that in our apprentice program for some of our shows to pipeline in more directly. So more things like this, I think, are happening across the studios, and it's great.
Fantastic. Joe, I know you had your unmuted your mic. Go ahead.
I talked about this earlier, but just a recent example of what Cartoon Network and WB Animation are doing is the specifically Cartoon Network, the Trevor Price project that we're working on. Trevor Price is a retired NFL player who, after he left the league, showed an initiative and showed a curiosity and wanted to show people that he's interested in other things. And he's doing a fantastic job with it. So he is a voice that some people would consider like unusual in the animation world, but he's really not, because stories are for everyone. So when you reach out and you work with people like that, that is immediately a way to reach a different audience, because there are a lot of people who are going to know his name and they're going to look and say, oh, hey, he's doing animation now, and you're going to pay attention. And that way alone, you're reaching a brand new audience. So I do think part of it is reaching out to people who you wouldn't necessarily associate with animation, but you recognize that animation, like any other form of stories, are for everyone. I'm especially proud of that project. It's taking 6 people from the Baltimore area and just giving them a chance to show them what they can do in animation. It's a great thing.
Hey, I'm based out of Maryland, so I'm all in support of Baltimore area. Alexis, I know you wanted to share some things on that as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would say, aside from our projects that we're trying to bring in diverse voices, it's really a focus of ours right now to make sure there's support once you're here at DreamWorks. And so last year we launched our Empower program, which was a mentorship for our Black employees that were early in their careers, where they got paired with senior leaders in the studio and helping them grow, along with Ben, one of our ERGs that has a huge presence at our studio. You will get to hear from a few of our co-leads, Nike, who spoke this morning, and Shabrea. And so I think there is an emphasis not only on bringing in and attracting talent, but making sure that once they're here, DreamWorks feels like their home as well, and that we are really lifting up those voices.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Alexis. Now, I want to go into a leading question right away and then maybe take another audience question. Is your studios doing anything specifically for the diverse and Black employees, besides, obviously having right projects and allocating right talent or associating right talent along with it? Anything outside of that? Anything different? Anyone?
Go ahead, Alexis.
Oh, I was basically dovetailing off of my last answer. So there are really specific programs here at DreamWorks that we have carved out and invested in. The Empower program. We just did an HBCU launch program that's starting for this summer. And so I think there is a lot of intentional efforts that are being done here. Go ahead, Camille.
No, go ahead, Camille.
Thank you. So in addition to the programs that we have, there are a couple of ERGs, employee resource groups as well, within our studio that, it allows the other Black employees or people of color, and there's several ERGs within, it allows those groups to get together, to have conversations, to have events, to have programming, additional programming outside of sometimes the artistic or the creative programs. So, or if there are events coming up, people can get together and have a voice and talk about issues that maybe, you need the community to be able to kind of, speak to. So I think that the ERGs within are fantastic, and we have those on the East Coast and on the West Coast. So I think that's really, really helpful for Black employees. And again, we have those for other communities within the studio.
Camille, great point. And I think ERGs, for who don't know, is employee resource groups. And I want to say that most big corporations have those. And that's a great asset. It's a great asset to have if you're trying to be a part of a little community and grow that way and receive mentorships as well. So yeah, anyone else has anything to chime on that before we move on to an audience question? Joe, go ahead.
So in the interest of full disclosure, this is my 4th week working at Warner Brothers Animation Cartoon Network Studios. So I'm still in my 1st month at these specific studios. Thank you, everyone. I was not saying that for applause, but I will happily take it. So right now I can specifically speak to my experience. I came here after talking to my now boss, Patty Willer, who's our VP of Artist Management. in part because I'm at a point in my career or stage in my life where I want to make sure that wherever I am comfortable and I am valued. And it became obvious to me very quickly that I would be at WB Animation and Cartoon Network Studios. So I don't want to speak too specifically like what the studios are doing, but I came here knowing that I would be comfortable and I would be taken care of and my voice would matter.
Thank you, and welcome, Joe. I'm going to jump on take a quick question from the audience. We have a question from Nana Uwusua. Ask, are you guys typically open to connecting with people involved with other parts of the process, like writers and actors? Anyone wants to jump in first?
Yeah, I can jump in. You know, for us, we do have a casting department that deals specifically with actors, and for our writers, our development team will be the ones routing kind of like the writers and candidates in that process. So although we specifically at Sony, it might be different at other studios, we might not be the right point of contact. We're always happy to connect people to the right person based on their areas of interest.
Okay, all right.
Go
ahead.
I was just going to say, on our side, it is standard procedure usually in the studios is the voice talent is mostly always done by the casting, because there's a whole process and it usually goes through agents and reps, and there's a whole different level of almost recruiting for those voice talents. But for our team, we actually do work with our development team for writers, and it's almost like an extended part of recruitment, and it's actually quite a lot of fun to go out there and look for and search for new writers. So we are also sometimes working alongside with development, working with some of the agents, working with some of the reps, and even we will sometimes look for those like entry-level roles, like in our studio, a script coordinator role is one that we can bring people in, and that can hopefully be a pathway to them to getting into the writing room. So we're a little bit different in that sense, that we do partner with the writing sourcing.
And going back to writers, I just wanted to do a shout out for a program that we do have open and available for the audience who's ever interested. We did partner with the Blacklist recently to provide a writing program for new talent who want to gain experience in the industry. So anyone that's interested, applications are open until July 8th through theblacklist.com.
Thank you so much, guys. We are cutting short on time, so I'm going to leave it to one last question here for all of you guys. How important is it to the studio commercially to ensure there are diverse new voices in the slate? Who's going first? I was going to say, Alexis, you have to go first.
Fine. I will. I think it boils down to something Joe said earlier of we're really trying to tell inclusive stories and connect with audiences. That's our goal when putting projects out into the world. And so we can't do that unless we're representing a diverse population. And so it's very important in everything that we're doing, from storytelling to staffing to hiring. So yeah, that's.
Thank you, Alexis. Go ahead, Camille.
I would say that, it's important for companies and studios to realize, telling diverse stories is good for business. I have two words, Black Panther, enough said, or another one, Spider-Verse. It's good for business. And look at the world population. Like, people want to see stories with people who look like them and speak like them and their cultures are like them. There's not just one story to tell. So at the end of the day, it's gonna pay off.
That's correct. Baby steps. And I think this in itself, 2.0 AfroAnimation, that's a huge baby step from last year. That is, you can see the movement, you can see the progression of moving in the right direction, and so much more involvement this year. So anyone else would like to chime in before I send it over to Rio? Go ahead, Joe.
Sure. I was just going to say, I'll be a little redundant here, but it's not just morally or ethically the right thing to do, but commercially it is the right thing to do. We all got into this because we want to tell great stories. And the only way to do that is to make sure you have a diverse slate. If you're just telling stories from one point of view, you can't possibly be telling the best stories out there. So yes, it makes the most sense commercially to do this work and to be constantly doing this work, not just do it when it's publicly, when it feels like there's public pressure to do so, but to constantly be working toward this and be thinking every year, every month, like, what are we doing wrong and how can we do things better?
Well said, guys. It was such a pleasure to be on the panel with you guys and share such great insight. So thank you so much. And thank you so much to the sponsors. Thank you to the AfroAnimation team and everyone that's putting this together, and to next year. I would like to invite Rio back up on stage. Hi, Rio. Thank you so much for this opportunity for all of us. Yes.
Thank you, Divya. And as a year 2 alum, welcome back, Divya. You did a phenomenal job as usual moderating. And, panelists, Camille, Nickelodeon was always first up and, was so willing to, work with us since last year. They provided someone that did a phenomenal job on the keynote. And, this year it's Keith and I doing the keynote because there's so much to talk about. But I have to really thank Nickelodeon. They stepped up both years for sponsorship. Sony, Chris Lee, it was early on. Again, it was such an easy yes from all the studios. And so we're excited. DreamWorks, also a year 2 partner. We met Moranique and Shabrea last year because of the participation of DreamWorks Animation. And Joe, welcome. We love seeing people, who are not just out of college talking about their pivot, their next role, their recent role. The anonymous who said, I'm a 50-year-old Black woman and I've had this gap. My heart went out to her because it's like, you have no idea how much experience you have, and you have no idea how many other people are going through that same thing. So I appreciate that question. I appreciate all of you being so receptive to that person and the persons, like the amount of likes she was getting, she said she was female. So yes, the amount of likes she was getting on that question, I think it really resonated with a lot of folks. So thank you, panel. We're going to go ahead and remove you from the stage. It's always very jarring. Bye. Thank you so much. Okay, it's 11 a.m. on the West Coast and 2 p.m., I believe, 12/1/2, yes, on the East Coast. And so at this point in the programming, we have a couple of things going on. We can go, whatever you want to do, you can go to the left, again, go into the booths, check out all our sponsor booths, check out the programming that they put in there. There's lots of trailers. I, for one, love that Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse trailer from Sony, but lots of great stuff from Disney, lots of great stuff from Mainframe. We've got fireside chats going on at Wild Brain Studio. And so a lot of things in the booths. Again, if you look to the left of your screen on Hopin, you will see sessions and you will see expo. So go to the expo to check out the booths. And at this time, we have an amazing session that's about to get started. If you are a fan of Star Wars, and I know there are a ton of people who are, in the sessions is going to be something called Star Wars Behind the Sequence of the Bad Batch. And I'm guessing that the Bad Batch is the next Star Wars animation series. And I got to tell you, as not even closeted anymore, I'm out of the closet as it relates to being a Star Wars nerd and geek. It's something really special. They're going to really show you what they do for a sequence. So again, the creators who are here, who are students, who are looking to get in the door, who are looking for that behind the scenes, one-on-one experience, you have it here. You asked for it. The studios brought it. So please join Lucasfilm and Industrial Light Magic in the sessions. Again, to the left of the screen, you'll see the stage, which is where I am. You will see the expo, you will see networking, and then you will see the session. So please join Lucasfilm in the sessions. And then also in recruiting, there is about an hour for folks to take questions in those recruiting booths and people to apply for jobs. And so again, we're bringing you this access. The studios are taking their times and putting their staff in these booths. So please, we'll see you in the sessions. We'll see you in the expo. And finally, please go into the AfroAnimation, the the booth that is about our film festival, because we're looking for your audience votes for those finalists. We're awarding one lucky winner, $5,000 today, and an amazing trophy, plus 2 runner-ups, some amazing licensed software from some of our sponsors. So thank you so much. We'll see you in the sessions. We'll see you in the expo, and we'll see you in the recruiting for the next hour. I am on mute. Okay, let's try this again. I think I'm going to get a t shirt that says, "You're on mute." Okay, welcome back to the main stage, everyone. I hope in the last hour you guys have had some fun listening to the Lucasfilm and ILM folks talk about behind the sequence of the Bad Batch. Again, Star Wars nerds unite. I had my lightsaber out. I may or may not have. I hope you guys had fun looking at that. And then also the Get in the Door folks. Again, Lucasfilm just really dropping a lot of knowledge today. So we're so pleased to have them as a partner. Now, I've been really excited all morning. We heard from our friends in Africa to put the Afro back in Afro animation. We heard from women, powerful women panel. We heard from different studios about what it means to get in the door. And so one of the studios, who really shall remain nameless, but they brought it to our attention that they felt a sense of responsibility that there wasn't enough diversity on the path to becoming a producer. So you now will have the pleasure of hearing from an amazing panel. We have news to report from Cartoon Network with one of these panelists. I think you're going to have a really good time with them. And of course, there are two women in the producer track that I'm excited to see. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome back for the second year in a row, John Cambides, who's a producer at Netflix and at a Cinesite prior, and a second-year alum from Canada for AfroAnimation. So welcome back, John, and have fun.
Thank you, Rio. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Before I introduce our panelists, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Warner Brothers Animation, DreamWorks Animation, Cinesite Studios, and Toon Boom. These are major players in the industry, and we're so happy to have their support. Okay, let's start off with our panel. First off, we have, now hopefully I pronounced it right, Shabrea Cleaver. She is an executive at DreamWorks Animation, and she has had a very successful career in the industry. She's produced such films as, worked on such films as Kung Fu Panda, Trolls, How to Train Your Dragon, so some of the top films in our industry. Next up, we have Fred Siebert. He is a president and CEO of Fred Films. He's also was a co-founder of MTV, which I found fascinating doing my research. He's been in the industry for many years and has really built the careers of so many professionals that all of us have worked with. So welcome, Fred. Next up, we have Connie Thompson. Connie comes from DreamWorks. I'm not DreamWorks, sorry, from Cinesite Studios. I've worked with Connie in the past. She has worked on multiple projects, from animated feature films, from some of Disney's most iconic projects like Beauty and the Beast and Atlantis. And she's currently a feature producer for Cinesite Studios out of the UK. And last but not least, we have Trevor Price. Trevor Price, a 13-year veteran in the NFL, an author of several books, and president of Niru Projects. Welcome, everybody. I'm very excited to have you in the panel. So we're going to have a great discussion about the pathway to becoming a producer in animation. So I'll start off with an easy question. How did we all get into the industry? Let's start off with you, Shabrea.
Yeah, I did not know that animation was going to be a thing for me. I think, like most people, I thought I needed to be an artist to be in animation. And let me tell you, I am not. My childhood drawings are still about the same. Those still hold up. But I knew I wanted to be in the film industry. And I just assumed, like most people, I wanted to be in live action. And so in my last year of college, I needed an internship to graduate. And it just so happens DreamWorks was looking for interns. And I was like, okay, I'm going to apply and hope to God that they don't ask me for a portfolio and maybe I can weasel my way in. But I got there and I met this panel of production people. And I was like, oh, duh. Yeah, obviously there's got to be people behind the scenes that are helping the artists bring these movies to the screen. And I really just was like, okay, my type A self, I don't need to be on a set for 15 hours a day like I was doing in live action. And I can still be in the film industry. Yes, I want to do that. Sign me up. And so I started as an intern on How to Train Your Dragon 2, and the rest is history.
Excellent. And I'll also mention that Sabria is also an alumni for AfroAnimation. This is her second year with us, so we're very happy to have her back.
Happy to be back.
Fred, you've had a long, distinguished career. How did you get into the industry?
I stumbled in. I mean, I stumbled in at an old age, 40. So just quickly, I had a rock band when I was in high school. I went to college and worked in college radio. I went to work in country music radio. I stumbled into the job as at MTV. I was one of the earliest employees and co-founder. So I was a television executive. I then quit and started an ad agency and owned an ad agency for 10 years, doing branding primarily. Nickelodeon was one of my primary clients, which started introducing me to thinking about cartoons. And then when my partner and I couldn't stand each other anymore and we closed the agency, I got this call out of the blue from the man who ran Ted Turner's company. They were about to start Cartoon Network because they had just bought the legendary Hanna-Barbera cartoon studio. And it was losing $10 million a year. They hadn't had a hit since 1981 with the Smurfs. And he said, hey, maybe you should do it. And I said, I've never made cartoons. He said, oh, it couldn't, you can't lose at this. If you come in and you don't have a hit, no one will blame you. The studio hasn't had a hit in 10 years. And if you do have a hit, everyone will think you're great. So the first time I walked into that cartoon studio, having driven past it for 20 years, wondering what went on in there, I was the head of the company and I didn't know anything. That's how I got in.
Oh, excellent. Trevor, tell us how you got in the industry.
Through music. I ran a record label. So during the off season, I ran a punk rock record label called Outlook Music. And what happened was they licensed, Fox licensed one of our songs for Big Mama's House 2. It was actually my song. I did a song with an MC named Rhymefest called Private Dancer. And the president of Fox at the time, Robert Kraft, heard it and he licensed it for Big Mama's House 2. And at that time, the music industry was in New York. It was not in LA like it is now. Yeah. So you've been to a movie studio, come sign your paperwork here and I'll tour you around the studio. I've never been to a movie studio at that point. This is 2006 maybe. So I flew out to Fox and I walked into the Fox movie lot and I was like, I'm done with music. I'm doing whatever this is. And really what my goal was not to make cartoons. I want to score a picture. Okay. So I never forget the conversation we had was like, look, I want to score X-Men 2. And he was like, if you can make me quarterback of the Packers, I'll let you score X-Men 2. So I was like, well, and being kind of a jackass, I was like, well, I got to make a movie if I want to score it. So I wrote a film and Sony bought it in the room. The president bought it in the room. And I was like, well, so when do we make the score? They were like, you're going about this all wrong, my man. Right. So and they were like, you're good at it, continue. So that's how it started.
Oh, great. Fascinating. And Connie, what about you?
Oh, hi, John.
Hey.
So I moved to Los Angeles in 1990. I followed my husband out, who had always been his dream to live in Los Angeles and work in the industry. I had no dreams of working in the industry at all. I worked at an art gallery and I got to animation through art. I started taking animation classes at the Animation Union Institute, and they have really good classes there, and they're $30 a class. And I hated it. I couldn't. It was a cleanup animation class, and I was really bad at it, like epically bad. But my teacher was looking for someone to come work with her in TV animation, and she hired me to be her assistant. So I started working on Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead. It was, again, the early 90s. So digital ink and paint was brand new. It was like this new technology. So we worked in this really dark room. There was night shift and a day shift. So we were there for 24 hours doing digital ink and paint on TV shows. And that was my first job. And it's been 30 years and I'm still doing it. I must love it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. But I started as a PA and I worked my way up. eventually I started in TV, and then I worked for 5 years in games, producing the animation for games. And then got my first job in movies at Disney in 1997, and became a department manager, and then a production manager, and then an AP. And now we've been producing for about 15 years now. So I definitely learned on the job. It's not something I went to school for.
Okay, great. So let's pivot to something that a lot of people watching are interested in, is how do I get my foot in the door? Like, how do I get into this industry? I mean, we all of us here have different divergent paths of how we got to where we are. I mean, I probably have a similar path to Connie and Shabrea, where we started off as like production assistants. You know, when I first came out of the industry, I had a degree in film studies, and I came out, and that didn't equal a job right away because, you know, it's just like an academic degree. But I hit the pavement. You know, this internet was still like relatively new in terms of trying to get like jobs, but I would apply as much as possible. And I got a job as a production assistant at a small company called Pip Animation in Ottawa. And I started to work my way up. Went from you know, PA to coordinator to production manager. Then went to another company, became a production manager, producer, and then just worked my way literally up the rung of the production ladder. Tell me about kind of your guys' experience in terms of what you did to get in the industry. What are the kind of tools or methods you use to kind of get that first foot in the door to start your path to where you are? Let's start with you, Shabria.
Yeah, I feel like my trajectory has been rather quick, so I've had to learn a lot in a short amount of time. I've only been in the animation industry for about 8 years from when I started as a little baby intern. So I got in the door, and because it was something that I had never studied in college, I was super hungry. Like there was such a like wealth of knowledge, especially working at DreamWorks with all these veterans. There was so much knowledge to be mined, and I was like, okay, great. How do I learn everything? Like, I'm like, where's my like Neo? I could download a chip. I don't like the whole like, oh, I have to like go through this experience to learn. But like, then I realized like, no, that's the only way through. And so as I was, you know, being promoted, I started as a production assistant. That was my first official role at the studio on Home. And every step of the way I was like, no, I don't want to be promoted because I need to learn these things. I have to do every department, right? Like I need all of that information. But as I was getting promoted into these different roles, I learned that like, oh, the experience is going to come with you being in it. And so as I was going through, I'm like, okay, now this is my time to be in this department. How much can I learn about how to run this department and how this department fits within the scope of making a feature? And so like all of this knowledge has really kind of prepared me for where I am now. And so going from production assistant to coordinator to production supervisor, I had then decided I wanted to switch over to I had done mostly back end departments, and I decided, you know, like I want a fully rounded experience here. So I decided to move over to story edit, and that was my first time doing that on Abominable. And I was so close to just the filmmaking process. Like in back end, like, you know, the movie is pretty much figured out most of the time, hopefully. So when you're in lighting, you're really just like, okay, how can we manufacture? Like, we're just getting this done. But then going on the flip side and being in the story department where you are really seeing it come to life from literally nothing. Definitely a culture shock for me, because I'm like, what are the deadlines? What are we working towards? And like, oh, we'll do a screening and then we'll just like do it all over again. So that was hard for me, but I also got to see just that process of a story really coming to life. And then what I also tell people is people think that, oh, because I didn't study animation in college, like how can I do this? You don't realize how much your experience is actually relevant. I tell people all of the time. My experience working at Disneyland for a few years has contributed to my knowing how to people manage more than any class could ever teach me. So I tell people, I'm like, oh, you have customer service experience. That tells me that you know how to work within friendly professionalism. Oh, you worked on a sports team. You understand the importance of collaboration and teamwork. So really it's about like honing in on the experience that you've gained and how you can make that relevant to your job. All of it. I mean, being a producer is a lot of soft skills. It's your attributes and knowing how to talk to people. and it's strategic thinking. It's not a lot of like, oh, I need to take these classes and I need to study these specific hard skills. So that's kind of helped me.
And that's an excellent point, because a lot of what it takes to be successful in this industry is bringing the skills you have in life to the job.
Absolutely.
That interpersonal skills, learning to get along with people, working as a team, working towards a goal. All these are skills that you really can invest in and leverage in your career. Shabria, there was something interesting when I was doing an interview you did with Animation Magazine. You were talking about the idea of feeling like you're not being ready, and not to let that feeling stop you from taking risks. So why don't you expand on that a little bit? And some examples of like, because that happens to me, it happens to a lot of people, where you're like, am I ready for that promotion? Should I try to get that bigger job? And I think that to be successful, you need to take a little bit of risk. And sometimes it's getting out of your comfort zone. So why don't you talk a little bit about that statement you had about the idea that just because you don't feel ready does not mean you shouldn't take that leap.
Right. Me feeling at this pristine moment in my career, still feeling not ready. So yeah, I can speak to that. I talk a lot about just like imposter syndrome and like being a Black woman in this industry and feeling like, I don't know, do I fit in? Is this the place for me? Do I know what I'm doing? I don't know what I'm doing. And what has been great for me is like turning that imposter syndrome into, okay, how can I prove to myself that I belong here? And how can I then like work my ass off to show that like, yes, you are capable of doing this. And sometimes I tell people this a lot, you don't realize that you're doing it until you're actually doing it. There are moments over the last year of producing where in the beginning I was like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. And then I look up and I get out of a meeting and I'm like, who said that? Was that me? I did that? And so having like that ability to push through and be like, if you're feeling less confident in something, okay, let's write down those things. What are those things? What is it exactly that you feel not confident in? And now how can you go and make yourself feel more confident in that? Like really push yourself. Like it's less about proving it to other people and proving to other people that you're ready, but proving to yourself. So I've had to do a lot of that over my duration in animation.
It seems to be working. Let's jump to you, Trevor. You kind of put your hand up when we're talking about the sports skills and how it applies to production.
I was like, yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So like many of the skills, like, I played high school football. So many of the skills you learn, like teamwork, strategy, leadership, you learn that playing sports. It doesn't have to be football; it could be any sport. But how do you apply kind of the lessons you learn on the field in your career to kind of what you do? I mean, you're like CEO of a company, you manage people. Like, how do those skills that you learn in your previous job apply to where you are now?
I think two things I want to talk about. First, I want to go back to, I think most of the people that are watching this are trying to figure out how you get into the business. First of all, so my path I can't really talk about because. When you're a professional athlete, everybody will answer the phone once, because what I was doing was in my off seasons, I would call the president of any media company I want to call, and they'd pick up the phone.
Yeah,
they'd pick it up one time. You better have something intelligent to say, or else they won't pick it up a second time. So I made sure I had something intelligent to say. So my path is, I'm not going to talk about my path. I'm going to talk about your path. And one of the things I have realized what you all need to do, and I'll tell you a story, is say yes. Just say yes. Don't worry about anything else. Say yes. Whatever comes your way. Pretend like you were waiting for this. Pretend like you know it. Pretend like, yeah, that's easy. And like Shabrea said, you will figure it out. When we hire people here. But the skill set where we are is not quite as high as it is where you guys are, because it never needed to be. We are the only animation studio for 500 miles, right? But the mindset is real high. And if your mindset's real high, I can deal with your screw ups because you've come at this with the right tone and tenor, and that's the most important thing to me. That's the most important thing of being a producer. But I'll give you an example. So we are doing something with Cartoon Network on Nehru Projects, and Nehru Projects is a development deal that I signed with Cartoon Network that was just to be for me, and it's supposed to be 6 projects. So I pitched 6 things. Like a couple of days after I got the thing, and it was like, they were like, these suck. I was like, what do you mean? Who are you talking to? Right? And I was like, what do I do now? Like, I don't have anything. So I came out with this idea. I said, well, I'll come up with 3 more and give 3 more away of these spots to people I know in my studio or people I know. And my wife was like, you can't do that because yours is going to be the one that gets picked. And if yours gets picked, you're an asshole, right?
Right.
So either keep them all or give them all away. So I gave them all away. But the point of the story is, and the six creators I found them on LinkedIn. 2 of them I knew. The rest of the ones I just searched on LinkedIn, and they had a great website. Or in one case, she's not a great artist, but her presentation was very professional. And I was like, and she joined Women in Animation, which I did not know existed. And I was like, what's Women in Animation? And she lives out in this part of the world in PG County. So I was like, of course, you're already halfway there. You're already a producer. If you've joined that and you've taken that step by yourself out in the middle of nowhere, I was like, I want to make you a star. Come over here with me, right? And now she's in Variety magazine. Great. But what I will say, one artist that I contacted, and this is my point, everybody, and I'll be quiet. My point is, one of the artists I contacted, she's a published author, and like Simon and Schuster, a preschool book. It is spectacular. And I know for a fact, Cartoon Network would have made her show into a preschool show. I don't need, like, it is that easy to see. So when I emailed her, I said, hey, this is Trevor Price. I'm at OV Effects. We're in the city. We're doing some development. Do you want to participate? You know what she wrote me back and said? Hey, I don't know anything about this. Can you tell me more about the studio? I never emailed her back.
Okay. Yeah.
Use Google, and then you say yes.
Yes, exactly.
Any opportunity that comes your way, because you have no idea what's going to happen again. One of the kids, I said, hey, send her the same email. She sent back a response that said, anything you need from me, I'll do. I was like, I'm going to make you a star, right? So if you want a piece of advice from me, say yes. Also, the 5 people you see on the screen, like we're the lucky ones. Talk with each other. Produce with each other. You want to be a producer? Go produce. Just because you don't work at Cartoon Network or DreamWorks doesn't mean you're not a producer. Go produce, make something, right?
Absolutely.
I can throw a rock and hit a concept artist where I live.
Yeah.
You can't work here unless that concept walks. If it walks, you're a producer. Come work here. So that's what I'd say. So that's what I want to.
And that's a great point, Trevor. I mean, there are so many opportunities in our world today to produce your own stuff. There's so much technology.
Infinite.
That's what democratized the process.
Infinite.
And usually as a producer, like, I don't always look at, well, what school do you go to, or what, what are your credentials? But if you have like a short film you've done or something that demonstrates the ability that I'm looking for, that puts you at the top of the list. So
100%.
you don't have to always do that traditional go to school, go to internship, but there's different ways to climb a mountain and demonstrating your ability. Go ahead, Fred.
There are hundreds of thousands of individuals who have created animation channels on YouTube. All it takes is an email address, and there are 2.5 billion people every month waiting to see what you have. And this was unheard of when each one of us was coming up. I had to beg people who had companies that took tens of millions of dollars to build to let me get coffee for them. Right? And it cost a fortune to make every single thing I ever made of somebody else's money. And now with $25 and a phone, you can produce animation at world-class level at home if you're so inclined and motivated.
FAX.
So I just wanted to make your point about opportunity.
Oh, for sure. And if you don't know how to do it, there are tutorials online of how to do everything you want.
I don't know how to do it now.
Yeah.
I have none of the skill. I have literally none of the skills that any of you have. I can't do your job.
I'm with you, Fred. No, I'm with you. Me and you.
No, but you could at least play football.
I
cannot do any of the things that anybody here does. And I've never been able, I haven't had a skill since I'm 26 years old.
That's a great story.
I hardly believe that, Fred.
Well, let's talk about it.
Trust me, I am not joking. And one thing for everyone who's listening and watching to know is that if you go into IMDb and copy down every single person who has the title producer, every single one of us does a different job, and we do it differently. Right? And some people have skill sets. They're artists, they're producers, they're directors, they're actors, they're football players. Like, everyone has a different set of things that they do to do their job. And I'm telling you, the one that I have, I'm at the front of the line of, in Hollywood, nobody knows anything. Right? And I'm 70 years old. I just started a new company. And thank God I hired two people who are 40 and 50 years younger than me who know things.
I mean, like, it's interesting, Fred, because you actually do have an interesting skill set you bring to the table. You have helped build a lot of careers of some of the top people in the animation industry. For example, someone, David Feiss. I've worked with David Feiss on one of my previous films. He's one of the best directors I've ever worked with.
He's amazing.
He's great to work with. When you're looking for investing in that kind of talent, let's say like a new producer or a new coordinator or a new artist or someone like that, what are the things that go through your head to identify, like, this is someone I want to invest in? This is a person that I think can go somewhere. What are the skills you look for, or just kind of like information on that? So for our viewers watching, they can kind of take some lessons from the things that make them maybe stand out in a pile or in a line on a list.
Well, you know, in every job, it's radically different. But I'll tell you a great story about a guy who got in, who taught me something in the process. In the old days, Nickelodeon Studio, when I was working there, they used to do tours for kids, and they would have various tour guides. And one day there was a great tour guide. He had done a favor for me and shown somebody around. And I went to say thank you. And I said, hey, how did you become a tour guide? He said, oh, well, you know, there was a job listing and I went for it. I said, did you always want to be a tour guide? And he goes, oh no, I'm an animation artist. I said, okay, I'm confused. Why are you a tour guide? He said, well, you know, I'm not good enough yet. I said, I'm still confused. What? And he said, you know, I want to be good enough. I want to work. And I figured anything that could get me in the door where I could meet people who could help me do something, I would do it. I said, oh, you mean if there had been a janitor job? Yes, I would have taken that. If there had been a coffee service job, yes, I would have taken. Receptionist, yes. Assistant, yes. And that was, you know, every one of us in our own way, as we got started, we did things that were like that. I used to sneak in to recording sessions because I really wanted to be a record producer. And I had no idea what a record producer did. All I knew was I wasn't one of the Beatles, and I had heard of their producer. Oh, I'll do that. I like the microphones. I like the, you know, like, so when I look for somebody who has that look, like that they have to do it. Because I will tell you, about the only thing that I bring to the table is I don't know what else I would do. It's the only thing like that I wanted to do other than be one of the Beatles, and I couldn't be.
I have a story like that, Fred. So we're doing a reboot of my property with motion capture, performance captures. Now imagine we are doing this here, and we're filming it the same way Avatar's filmed. So we have a guy here that is one of the world's foremost experts in performance capture and facial wear and all these things. And the way we're making our movie, he has to explain things in a third grade way to me, because it is basically like launching a rocket downstairs. And that's fine. But how do you think he became that? He was an animator in my studio, and I walked around and I said, hey, you go learn performance capture. And I went to my office. This was 3 years ago. And now he's one of the world's experts at it. And I don't know how long he's going to be here. And that's how it happens. Like Fred's talking about, what are you? I'm an animator. Why are you not animating, right? So, and that happens all the time. It happens all the time when you get a random call or email from some dude with a studio in Maryland that says, I'm doing something with Cartoon Network. The 6 people I picked, one of them is 16 years old, right? Like, he'd never get called by Cartoon Network. But now he talks to the president, you know what I mean? those opportunities will come. And like Fred said, if you have that look in your eye, and like I say, your mindset is more important than your skill set. Your skills, you will learn everything. I promise. We've had people quit when they see the stuff. I'm like, okay, we're gonna hire you, 2D artist. Homeboy showed up, looked at the stuff. He was like, I don't know how to do this, and left. We were like, hold on, my man, we'll figure it out. But if you listen to us, that's what it is. Just go, and you put that look in your eye. At some point, if somebody like us doesn't discover you, you will become somebody like us. We're not aliens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we all didn't have a job at one point. I mean, I had a job. But I'm saying we all didn't have a job at some point. So
absolutely,
this is a short leap. It's not as wide as y'all think it is. It's a short jump.
But
go ahead.
I just want to say, but can we also acknowledge how important it is to have sponsors like you guys
Absolutely.
who are telling these people, hold up, take the path, just do the thing, and I promise it will lead to where you want to be. Again, speaking of my experience of every step of the way, I was like, I don't think I'm ready for that promotion. But I had leadership who was like, you'll be fine. You'll figure it out. And of course I did, because fear of failure. Fear of failure. But if it wasn't for those people being like, no, you're going to be fine. Just go do it. I wouldn't have known. I would have been turning it down left and right.
Me too. I got every promotion along the way. I wasn't ready to be a coordinator. I wasn't ready to be a
we all did.
manager. I wasn't ready to be a production manager. But you have those mentors along the way that say, yeah, you are ready. Take those risks, like John was saying. I remember after 11 years at Disney Feature Animation, which is a very structured, studio, wonderful studio, very structured inside, and risk taking, was scary to do because the roles were so defined. And I had a performance review with my boss, and she said, everything good. And at the end, she said, you need to take more risks. And I was like, really? At Disney? You want me to take risks? And she was so right. And, that was the impetus that got me from production manager to producing. And the huge turn. Yeah.
Go ahead.
My wife was in the record business, and she worked for one of the biggest record companies, for one of the most storied record company presidents. And that company was part of Warner, what was then Warner Communications. And this guy, he was nuts. The things that he ended up doing at the company were amazing. But one day he comes back, the head of Warner Communications, the founder, was a guy called Steve Ross. And he comes, my wife was telling me this story. The boss comes down from his big boss, Steve Ross, looking like he had been socked in the jaw. And she said, Bob, what's wrong? Well, I went in and I told Steve what I wanted to do. And he goes, Bob, you don't dream big enough. You have to dream bigger.
Ooh.
This was already the president of one of the most successful record companies in history, being told he didn't dream big enough. This is to Connie's point.
Yeah.
He had, I'm telling you, this guy got fired from a company he started because of embezzlement. He knew how to dream, and he wasn't dreaming big enough for the big boss.
I tell people when they first come here, if I have to push you, I have to fire you. I have one rule. If I have to push you, you can't work here, right? And it's something I live and die by. If you are just kind of just doing the work, get out the seat. I need somebody. Now, what has happened is now I get a bunch of foolishness, and I'm like, okay, draw it back a little bit. You know what I mean? That was when you have 10 people. When you have 60 people, you get the nonsense. But anyway, but it is something I live by, right? This is like the great poet laureate Drake said, we play an opinion sport. It's an opinion. I like this shade of green. I like 2 more shades of green. It's an opinion, man. This is not math. right? So you're a producer. Like everybody said, take them chances. Number 2, go produce. Number 3, push. The enormous animated content. So go look at the kid screen thing. Look at AfroAnimation. There's a gazillion of it. Push. Just push.
Yeah.
So-
go ahead, Connie. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, John.
No problem.
Trevor just made me think of when I first got promoted from production manager to associate producer. I was sitting with my boss, and he was taking me through the projects. Like, here's our list of projects, and I was taking, studios notes. I got it. Okay, great. And I was like, so what do you need me to do? And he was quiet for a while, and then he goes, here's how this is going to work. You go do everything except the things you tell me I've got to do. Like,
that was a great boss.
Yeah, and sort of, I was like, oh, like a little paradigm, light bulb went on. It was like, okay, I have to drive all of these. That's my job. And then I point and shoot my boss where like, oh, I picked up the phone and I couldn't get something to happen. Could you pick up the phone and make that help me make that happen? But it was amazing, and it was very empowering. It was very freeing and exciting, because I was like, oh, like permission, to go, just go do it, and I did, and it was super fun.
And you must have learned a lot about the job and yourself and your ability, and that must have built your confidence.
And I was ready for it. So again, I had been at Disney Feature Animation for 11 years. I learned a lot. That was like graduate school in animation. But, so I had lots of information that I was ready to really use. So I don't think, if it had been my second or third year in animation and I was a coordinator, somebody saying, you go do everything, I would have been like, oh.
But you say yes, because that's what Trevor says.
You say yes.
You do it. Yeah.
Well,
Sure. And never turn down a meeting. Never turn down.
Absolutely.
Someone like me, who I'm invited to everything. Hey, you want to go? Yep. Hey, you want to go? Sure. What do I got to do? Yep, sure. You want to? Yes. You want to speak at AfroAnimation? Sure. Whatever.
Yes.
You just say yes, man.
I'm old enough that my first job, was way before there was something like email or internet. So I get my first job in television. I know nothing. Literally, I had made 2 commercials, and I got hired almost by accident, I think. So I'm in essentially a corporation, and there's memos. So I went and introduced myself to everyone in the company. And I said, by the way, could you copy me on your memo so I know what's going on? Because I didn't really understand what anyone did for a living. And within about a month, everyone thought I was important because I was copied on every memo.
That's great. Yeah,
so
write that down, everybody. Write it down.
Right.
That's a
I
very good
started
one.
getting invited to every meeting. They made sure I was in, and I was like the tallest guy, and I wore a suit because you had to wear a suit at this company. So they actually thought I was important. And to your point, Trevor, I went to every meeting. And I had nothing to say, but boy, I learned a lot in that process that has never left me, because I was willing, back to this notion of not knowing anything. I was I've never known anything in any job I went to. So I just go, like when I got into animation, I was so scared being president of the company that I didn't sit at my desk for the first 6 months. I just sat on the couch in the office, and I told everybody I didn't know anything. I said, why don't you just tell me what to do?
Right.
And they didn't want to be told. They worked in a studio that everyone had been told what to do for years.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just quit because they wanted me to tell them what to do. And eventually, I guess the people that stayed were willing to tell me what to do.
Wasn't the plot of The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise, where the young kid, the young emperor, was like, telling me what to do? He's the emperor. So it happens. I walk around going, hey guys, what are you doing today? I sit in my office. I have no idea what the people here are doing. But I see stuff on the Slack, and I see this, and I'm just like, do that. But again, it is challenging yourself. Always, if you challenge yourself, you are producing, right? So it's always very, it's always very, very, it's kind of in front of you if you just grab it. Because I'll tell you a story. I had a manager one time when I first got into the Hollywood thing. I had a manager named Max Burgos, and I asked Max one day, Max, because I was pitching movies that were getting rejected, and that's the next thing we're going to talk about is rejection, because we just got passed on something today. And the kid that just got passed on in my studio, and she had a nervous breakdown, and she just quit. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna let you sauce that off for a little bit. But I said to him, I said, Max, how do I make a movie? You know what this MFer said to me? You get some lights and a camera. What are you talking about? And but that's not what I was. I wasn't asking that. I was asking, how do I get Warner to fund my movie? But that wasn't the answer he gave me. He gave me the real answer. So you want to produce? How do I be a producer? You get lights and a camera and go produce.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, start developing those skills. Okay, so we have some questions from our audience. So Douglas Sweeper asks, do we have any advice for someone who's looking for entry-level positions and internships, but is postgraduate? So, okay, Connie, go ahead.
Okay, so when I was, after I had that first job, there was a little gap in I didn't have my second job. And so what I started doing was just taking people to coffee, like asking people who I knew in the industry, can I take you to coffee and buy you a cup of coffee? And then I would just ask them information like I'm looking for something. Is there an internship or a PA, or do you just need help in the office for a few weeks? And and they would say, oh, well, I don't, but there's another person. And then I would take them to coffee. And I spent a few months just doing that, informational interviews,
networking.
And
I've been doing that for 40 years.
Exactly. You never stop doing it. You never stop. And it was interesting because it may not bear fruit like immediately, but those conversations you had, those relationships you build eventually do. Like, it's such a small world, and you bump into people later and you work together later. So, and eventually, obviously I got a job and was able to build on that. But, you just get out there and talk to people, just meet people and talk to people.
I'd only add to that to organize it. I've only had JOBs for like 10 years. Most of the time I've worked for myself. But when I had jobs and I had to find another job, and sometimes I had to do it, when I had family and mortgage and all that type of stuff, and I didn't know what to do. I'm really bad. I grew up in a mom and pop store, so I never had to find a job. So when I was older and had to find a job, it was very daunting. So what I did is I made sure that once a week I would have one lunch that had nothing to do with the job and everything to do with someone that I thought maybe if I told them something, they could help me.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of every lunch, I'd go, do you know someone else I should have lunch with? And I had lunch like that once a week for almost a year. And at the end of that process, the gig came to me. I didn't do anything to find it. I didn't know how to this day, I don't know how to find a show or how to sell the show other than I just had lunch with somebody from a no one from Netflix wants to return my calls. Truly.
John, get on that. Come on.
It's so ridiculous.
I'll call you back, Fred.
So I had lunch with a super junior guy the other day. And he's asking me for advice. That's great. One day he'll call me and go, I need this show made. Can you help me?
Yeah.
Right. So
go ahead, Fred.
I'm 70. I'm happy to take a 20-year-old to lunch. Because one day they will do something for me.
Yeah.
That's a good, absolutely.
I have another piece of advice. Today's assistant, tomorrw president. I've seen it.
Bingo.
It happens,
And
so
Douglas, you know what I would do if I were you? If you're watching, forget the president. Don't worry about that person. Find their assistant. Because that person is likely your age. If you're post grad, I'm gonna make up an age. I'm gonna make assumptions. 25 years old. whoever's sitting on that person's desk is 25 years old. And I'm telling you, they're sitting there for a reason. I just had a girl that I hired from Morgan State, came here to help me with the Cartoon Network thing, said she's going on vacation in LA. She now works at DreamWorks, right? Her name is Shanice Lee.
I love Shanice.
Worked for me. I called Peter. I was like, hire Shanice. And Shanice called back. She said, I got the job. I was like, of course you did, right? So,
oh, that makes me so happy.
Right? So what I'm saying is Shanice is somebody Bill gets to talk to because Shanice is going to be in a position of power one day because she was focused. And that's where you go. You find your peers.
Yeah.
Find your peers. I can't hang out with Shanice. I have to hang out with Fred and John and Connie because they're somewhat my age, and so we're all kind of
bet.
So find those people. It doesn't have to be executives. It can be assistants, PAs. Trust me. But
yes,
because I'm trying to answer the questions, right? Find a little fire, a little family, and y'all get after it.
Yeah, and shoot your shot on LinkedIn. Like
exactly,
truly, I have met so many people via LinkedIn who are now like my mentees. There are some who I've met through like organizations like Rise Up Animation, Black and Animated, who I've then like recommended them to recruiters and have gotten hired. So like it's all about like making these connections with people, and then also what you're saying is like being tailored in reaching out to them. Don't just be like, hey, can you get me a job? That's probably not gonna work. I'm telling you that.
Yeah.
But coming to me and be like, hey, I saw you in this panel and I was very interested in this. Like you may very well get a better response from someone if you go for something specific that they've done, and being very specific about what it is that you're looking for. Hey, can I get 15 minutes because this is what I want to talk about. Like we don't have a lot of time to go through 100 messages, so like be to the point about what you need.
And even a 5-minute conversation opens the door. I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's human to human connections.
Yeah.
And if you take an effort to make a connection with a human being, you'll get probably 50 no's.
Oh my
One
God,
yes is all you need to start to build that network. And like Trevor said, the person you're talking to, the peer you're talking to, the person you help, one day might be the CEO of DreamWorks.
I can't wait for someone to hire me. Like all these PAs I've met, I'm like, okay, I'm on returns. Returns in 20 years.
Those are, believe me, if you're trying to get the business, that's the gatekeeper. I'm telling you, I've done it myself. I watched the kid who runs Fox right now. She was my agent's assistant, and I told her, so you're gonna be president of that company one day. And lo and behold.
Exactly.
And the flip side of what Trevor said about saying yes, I return every email. I talk to anyone who wants to see me. I probably spend half of every day talking to people who have nothing to do with anything that I'm doing at any given moment. And sometimes they come from all businesses and all that. But here's the best email I ever received. Guy writes to me, I just graduated from Savannah College of Art. I wanted to tell you because when I was 11, I emailed you and you emailed me back. And I started crying.
Yeah.
And you emailed me back, and that gave me the thing to like go and get into this college.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so everybody's asking about how to be a producer. Well, you not only have to say yes to everything, you have to be open to everything, and you have to encourage everybody in every way that you can. Mm-hmm. One of the earliest development executives that gave me advice when I was trying to figure out how to I was a promo guy. I made promos and I wanted to be a producer. And he said, well, every person that comes in and pitches you something, even if it's terrible, the next thing they do, that might be the biggest show in history.
Right.
You have to always treat them well enough that they want to come back and see you.
Yeah.
And so whether that's somebody who's 11 years old or it's somebody who's 50 years old, like, please, I go to bed every night frightened that somebody isn't going to show up and show me something that is special.
Yeah, that's cool.
I need them more than they need me. They do not need me.
Facts. Say it every day. Yo,
right? I sweat every day that the right person isn't going to show up, because I might not have a skill, but if I have a talent, it's understanding who the right person is. I learned that when I was trying to make jazz records and I didn't know what I was doing. And I was working with all Black Americans as a skinny white kid from the suburbs who knew nothing about what they did. And somebody said, don't worry about it. Just put the right person in the room. They'll take care of everything else.
I have a thing, I say it all the time. I have a thing for stray animals, right? So when I check our catch-all email, and I catch a kid who found us and took the time to email a catch-all email their entire world, I email them back personally. I said, you are now my personal project. I need to show up on the studio tomorrow. And they always show up, and they're so enamored that somebody gives them time. So if you want to be a producer, give people time. Do that.
So we're about out of time, but some big takeaways is that to get your foot in the door, it doesn't necessarily always have to be a production role. You know, deliver coffee, deliver mail, you know, find a job within that institution that puts you in the right room to hear right things and learn. Network, that's a huge thing. LinkedIn's a tool to use. Email 50 people, you know, you'll get one person. Don't say I want a job, ask for, can I get 5 minutes of your time? I'm really curious to see how you got to where you got in your career. You know, these are important things you guys can do to get in the industry. And like, as Trevor said, as Fred said, you work, as Shabraya and Connie said, we've all said, you work at it, you have the passion, you have the fire, you have that glint in your eye of where you want to go. There will be people that will notice it and will lift you up. You know, so you just have to kind of take a leap of faith, believe in your abilities, and you can make it. This industry is huge, it's growing, it's global, and it's getting increasingly diverse every year. And this festival is a demonstration of it. I mean, we've doubled the amount of people that have participated from last year. There's a hunger out there, and you guys just have to take a leap of faith and do that work, and the universe will open up those opportunities for you.
And we need your voice. We need
your
voice.
Absolutely.
Oh,
definitely.
This industry needs women and Black Americans more than any other groups of people. I know women is a giant group of people comparatively, but the industry has blocked out Black Americans and women for almost 100 years. Now's the time. Now is the time.
Yeah.
And John,
Absolutely.
I hope you're moderating a lot of other panels. You've been
This is
fabulous.
Thank you.
One of the best
Appreciate it.
moderators I've ever had.
My only panel, but I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to take one more second to recognize our sponsors. Cinesight, the Cartoon Network, and DreamWorks Animation. Thank you so much for sponsoring this festival. Thank you to my panel. It was an excellent conversation. And, hey, people out there watching, send me a message on LinkedIn if you want to talk more, want some interested. Send it to any one of us in the panel.
Same.
We practice what we preach. We will open doors for you. Just reach out. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And I'm going to pass it back to Rio.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, panel. You know what? I feel like when my son was 5 years old, every year he'd say, this is my favorite age. I love being 5. I love being 6. And now I feel like every time I see a panel, it's my favorite panel. That producer panel dropped a lot of knowledge. Fred, you are an industry vet. We were rolling back here with some of the stuff you were saying. You have a great sense of humor, but we saw and heard the seriousness in the things you were suggesting. Shabraya, lovely to see you again. Congratulations on your promotion. I hope every year you come back to AfroAnimation and you keep moving up the ladder. You keep saying yes. Connie, I know it's late there in the UK, but thank you so much. Again, love hearing from the women. And John, we found the right panel for you. You've been a second-year alum, and we're so grateful that you're back. But that was masterful. We really appreciate it. And Trevor, congratulations. If anybody wants to look up Trevor Price, Pryce, and Cartoon Network, you'll see the announcement that came out yesterday with his deal with Cartoon Network. We didn't talk about it a lot, but you want to talk about a studio that is investing in underserved communities. And you see Trevor, who's walking the walk and talking the right talk. So we are so grateful. We're coming up on our last panel of the day, and we love to end AfroAnimation with knowledge about where to fund your project, because it's lovely to talk to major studios, independent studios, about what it takes to get in the door. It's lovely to hear from Lucasfilm about getting in the door, Lucasfilm about behind the Bad Batch. But at the end of the day, there are so many independent creators who are like, I live outside of the United States, or my project is not in a place where I feel comfortable pitching yet. So we're going to end the day with a panel called Fan Base Community Building, Kickstarting / Bootstrapping Tips for Creators. And it's basically a lot of knowledge about people who are in it, grinding every day and trying to fund their independent project. So we're excited to welcome that panel in just a moment. Last little bit of housekeeping. If you go left, folks that are on the Hop-In platform, to the booths, the voting for the best short film or favorite short film is about to close. So you have a few minutes to go in and take a look at some of these fantastic films. And if even you don't get a chance to vote, we welcome you to watch them, because there's some phenomenal work coming out of a bunch of different countries. Again, we had over almost 500 submissions across 81 countries, and the stuff that showed up is phenomenal. Some of it, I actually shed a tear. I could see it, before a Disney movie, or before a Pixar movie, or before, a Warner Animation movie. So we are excited by the work that we're encouraging. Again, just hold tight. The last panel is up, and we have our phenomenal Victor Dandridge, who, again, another AfroAnimation alum. He's going to be moderating this panel. He brings a ton of energy, and so we're excited to meet that panel. So give us just a few minutes, and as always, thank you so much for supporting AfroAnimation.
My, that last panel was fire. Oh my God, I feel so enthused and charged up. It's amazing. Hello, and thank you for joining us for the second annual AfroAnimation Virtual Summit. We thank all our hosts and sponsors for putting together this event of art, culture, expression, and enterprise. I know, I'm not even going to say I hope, I know you guys have been enjoying today's topics because I definitely have. I'm Victor Dandridge, the hardest working man in comics, your moderator for this finale session. Oh my God, I can't believe, like, this has been so good. It's phenomenal, and I can't wait to bring this on home and make sure that you guys have had the best time ever. It is my immense pleasure to welcome our panelists for this final block: fan-based community building, kickstarting, bootstrapping tips for creators. Joining us today, we have Terrence Day. Hey, Terrence, how are we doing today? Oh, we still got you muted.
I'm here.
Hey, there we go.
Did you hear me? I'm good.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Sounded
Nice
strong.
to meet you, man.
Absolutely. Next up, we have Keith Miller.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Hey, Keith. Yeah, we got you. Wonderful. Now, I want to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Liz Cook Mao, or is it? Did I say that correctly?
That's right. Perfect.
Yes. I'm not saying I practiced, but I did. So, hello, Liz. How we doing? Certainly not least, Harold Hayes joins us, and we're about to have some big fun. This is such a huge space to talk about when you're talking about crowdfunding, bootstraps, grassroots material. Let's talk about this. What was the first project that you saw that made you want to be in this space, this creative outlet space of saying, I can do that? Terrence, can we start you off?
Yeah, of course. Just so I understood, you're saying, like, what was the first thing that kind of made me realize I wanted to do filmmaking? Or
yes, specifically filmmaking. Cool. Yeah.
Well, of course, I'm a poet and a filmmaker from New York. My name is Terrence, and I always say I didn't realize this has been like a recent revelation of mine. But one of the first early things that I saw that really moved and inspired me was like Hunchback of Notre Dame, and even like a lot of Castle in the Sky by Hayao Miyazaki. Like these are things that I saw very early on that I knew I wanted to make stories and tell stories. And I think kind of moving into I started pursuing live action and really wasn't as happy in that space, but loved the art of storytelling. And it's only just kind of now and we'll talk about with Pretty that I've kind of realized this animation has always been there and I've always loved it. And so I'm really excited for this kind of next chapter in my career.
Oh, that's amazing. Keith, I'm asking you to follow up with that one.
Yes, I mean, it's funny because when I think about it, I watched a lot of cartoons growing up, but I particularly remember when Space Jam came out.
Okay.
And I have never seen so much fervor and excitement in the community where I lived, where we didn't get to necessarily get access to certain things. And so I think that that kickstarted and not only kind of showed what was possible with animation, but that animation could live against the complexity of live action as well, and that we could really have fun with it.
I love that. Liz?
I think for me, like growing up and being able to go to Blockbuster on like a Friday night and just choose whatever movie you could find, really like started it. And I've just been kind of following a career of trying to help independent artists and filmmakers fund and get their work out there.
I love that. For the younger audience out there, yes, that used to be like a Friday joint where we would go figure out what we were going to have for dinner and then go to the video store, and it was magic. It was absolute magic. Harold, what about you?
Let's see. So I think I basically started watching animation since I was a little boy. Like I'm a military kid, so I lived in Germany for a long time, and there's a lot of anime. So I watched like a lot of 70s anime.
Oh, nice.
So I was with it for that type of animation for a long time. I've seen it grow, and I have my favorites. But then I think when it really started to influence me was when my parents would say, "Oh, there's a making of the movie on," and I would like rush to go see it and just be amazed at all the wizardry that went behind it. And I started to realize that it was a craft. and I want to be a part of that craft.
Oh my God, that's brilliant and perfect. And I, like you, I totally understand it, because I'm that guy that likes to watch the documentaries about how something is made, because it does give you that, not just the secret sauce, but it shows you that this was made by people. So let's parlay that right into you're making the decision to not only want to pursue this, but you create avenues for yourself, independent businesses, to build just that outlook. Tell me about Sunny Boy Entertainment, if you don't mind. We'll start backwards.
Sure. Sunny Boy Entertainment is owned by myself and my business partner Craig Phillips. We met in college. We call ourselves a content marketing team, but we're storytellers straight up. Just that is the through line for everything we do. It's always a story. It's always a narrative. What is that story? Otherwise, I don't know what we're doing.
Stories are everything. I agree with that.
Yeah. So essentially, as our bread and butter work is out there making marketing content for major motion picture films, mostly, and some TV. But I go on movie sets. I've probably been on more movies than most directors, and I watch them make their movies. I document those things and create content. The cool thing about it is that a lot of studios come to us in order to figure out a unique way to kind of get their stuff out there and sell it, because they know we're filmmakers as well. We make motion comics, our own stuff, running our own film festivals. We have a book out called King's Sin and Magicians Lost and Found, which is a novel published by Penguin Random House, and it's now becoming a major motion picture film with
awesome
with Disney Plus. So we tell stories on a lot of different levels, and I think that's kind of why we've been successful thus far.
I love that. Terrence, Keith, I know you guys have a partnership with Pretty. Tell us about that.
You kick it up, Terrence, and I'll color us out the last.
Okay, cool. I'll let my little hand up. Well, Pretty all began with Keith. Keith had a book that he sent me. As I mentioned, I had been in live action for a little bit, and I was actually kind of ready to step away from filmmaking. And along these lines, Keith had shared an unpublished manuscript with me, which would become, Pretty. And I after I had read it, loved how audacious it was in its storytelling. It was a queer Black coming of age story that took place in the Deep South, and that sort of saw this larger journey and arc of this young character named Jay just trying to belong and trying to be seen. And I was just really moved by it, and I was just moved by how Keith invited so much complexity in all of the characters. And I needed that. I was sort of finding myself needing content that I was not seeing out in the world. And I kind of felt that calling again of like, you can't run away from this. You got to just sort of lean into it. And so I approached Keith about developing it into a short film, which, we sort of embarked on together, developing that. And then when COVID hit, a week before our production was supposed to go,
wow,
we had the really beautiful and I would say life-affirming and life-changing experience of pivoting into animation and discovering just how few stories of color and the queer coming of age genre exist in animation, and just how kind of high that threshold was. And we saw the budget explode, we saw the timeline explode, and we said, we're just going to go for it because we believe even more in the story now, especially in this medium. And so it's been an incredible journey, and I'll pass it off to Keith to color in the lines.
Yeah, I'll just be super quick. So at the time that I met Terrence, I was a nonprofit executive working and training with, young people in the community on how to do everything from slam poetry to theater, etc. But the most probably important thing to note is that I had given up on the possibility that my own stories like Pretty could see the light of day because I was told they couldn't. And so when Terrence came back and, gave me those words, I was like, word, okay. Well, then we might be able to do this. I did not know what an executive producer was. Didn't even know what a producer was. But the nonprofit work allowed me to slide right on in.
Right.
And what's interesting is that I was able to then foreground the possibility and the reality that all of the work that I had built upon, whether it be the research, whether it be community organizing, it still stemmed from this idea that when Black and brown boys play, they heal. That's what the research shows. And so being able to take that and tell that story across multiple mediums allowed me and Terrence to want to heal from our own stuff, but also be able to figure out the ways in which we could find a community that will allow us to champion this work and then do so much more afterwards.
That's church right there. That's church. That needs an offering plate to be spread around. And speaking of offering plates, Liz, okay, so you didn't start Kickstarter, I'm guessing, but how did you get involved with Kickstarter? And I definitely want to talk about the goal and the way that the platform has really kind of kicked down the doors and opened up opportunities for everyone.
Yeah, so, and I have to apologize. There's some construction going on next door, so I'm going to try and mute when I can. But yeah, I started a Kickstarter almost 9 years ago. So I didn't start the company, not even close, but I have been there the longest out of anybody right now at the whole company. So the gray hairs are there, but yeah, I mean, the whole idea of Kickstarter really came about basically, the idea that there are probably a lot of people that care about supporting a specific creative project that wouldn't be able to come in, with like, 50 grand or even, 10 grand or whatever. They would definitely be happy to pitch in $25, $50, whatever they could. And collectively, could help bring a creative project to life that a community cares about. And it's been amazing to see. I mean, there's been over $4 billion pledged to creative projects in the last 13 years. It's actually Kickstarter's birthday today. Like it started.
Oh, happy birthday, Kickstarter.
Yeah. So,
yes.
I mean, it's been kind of a crazy journey. And what we have seen is like, people really care about supporting creative projects and art. It's like, it's the thing that I feel like gets cut the fastest out of our school systems and like is sort of like the least credited. And yet it has been, like I said, like over $4 billion pledged from people who aren't getting a financial return on that investment, except for the knowledge of, supporting and being a part of a creative process with somebody. And we have seen that it has allowed a lot of projects that may not have otherwise gotten funding or seen the light of day because for whatever reason, certain gatekeepers in different communities like wouldn't be focused on that story, that storyteller, any number of things. So my entry into Kickstarter was actually coming from the distribution side. I was in an independent distribution company for film, mostly documentary, but some narrative. And I was getting a little bit disenchanted with that because I was like, oh man, it's the end of the journey. Sometimes these checks are just so small that I'm like, I want to help in the very exciting idea phase of I want to be part of the journey of that instead of like the very tail end of when the person's like crossed the finish line like Haggard. And so that's kind of like how I transitioned into doing the film side of stuff at Kickstarter.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Okay, so all of you have had a unique situation where you've got a concept, you've got a project that you want to bring to market, but there comes a certain point where you recognize that your particular personal skill sets isn't enough to get you across that finish line. What are some of your rubrics to help you understand, like, okay, now's the time that I need to bring someone else in, even if that is a matter of a collaborative partner, as in the case of Terrence and Keith, or financial backing by way of a platform? And whoever wants to jump on that one, that's a big question.
I'll hop in really quickly on it. Just because, when we pivoted into animation, obviously we had a lot of a learning curve that we had to kind of figure out. And so the first thing that I did, because I had the idea, kind of like I hadn't shared it with the rest of my team, which at that time comprised of Keith F. Miller, Natalie Harris, and Jeremy Truong, a kind of really dope queer, POC production team. Before I kind of shared it with them, I knew that I wanted to bring something to the table, like a vision to them. And so I started to just do research right away and started to look up other directors who had produced or had made, short films specifically of a sizable nature and specifically like, kind of in the queer coming of age genre. I couldn't find a lot, but what I did find, I reached out, did cold calls to those directors and met with them. And one of them was the creator behind Tuskegee Airs, Marcus Williams, I believe his name is, and he had a Kickstarter, and he's the one who directed us to Powerhouse Animation. Nice. And I sort of cold called Powerhouse, just sort of emailed them, and they were like, yeah, send us what you got. And so, we had all of this, stuff from the live action, to kind of be able to say like, hey, we want it to look like this and we want it to feel like that. And I'm, as a fan of Hayao Miyazaki, never got to see myself in those films, but loved the pacing, loved the tone, and just the languor and the romanticism of that work. And so I said, I want to see myself in that. And so that was the kind of vision I communicated to them. And then they wrote back with a budget, and I ran back to the team and was like, can we do this? Can we make it happen? And thankfully they all caught on board. And so, we knew that we needed additional folks. And so we just started to look up, inform ourselves, find the people who were out there, reach out to them. And more than anything, I think as a team, just the organization and the teamwork of us meeting every other Sunday, we would just kind of, during the pandemic, we would just kind of talk and say what our big sky dreams were for what we could do and how we could get the Kickstarter and how it could look, and just started to pull in resources from there. And so
awesome.
It came out very organically.
I love that. I love the intersection of comics and animation. Obviously, comics is my field. So big shout out to the Tuskegee Airs crew, Greg Burnham and Marcus Williams.
One thing I would just add is the part that Terrence left out that I think is most important is that up to that point, I thought we were making another Moonlight. Right.
Okay.
And
okay.
So Terrence brings, the animation idea, and I'm like, that's not Moonlight. And so when he begins to, I was like, okay, cool. Where are your comps? Like, let me see. And when he began to realize, I was like, where are your comps? Where are examples of people having done this? And he was like, there are none.
Right.
Then I was like, terrified. We have to do it.
Yep.
Right. And so I think never forget also the reality that I've had many, many, many jobs. I think a lot of us have. And so my first career was in marketing and communications and design. And so I think what was really powerful is that in the face of a pandemic, in the face of the world saying no and all these things, fear, all of that, our team said, well, if it doesn't exist, then what's the worst that can happen? At least we can fight for it. And so I think not only was collaboration important, and we kind of pooled all of our skills together, at every step of the way, we were communicative about our need and our gaps of knowledge. And to see the world and the village stand up and help us every step of the way, including the big greats like Powerhouse, was really huge.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Harold?
So I've had like a few stages of that where I've had to pull in other resources. You know that you definitely can't do everything yourself. So one of the ones I'll go back to, not a particular project, but when we started working in virtual reality, virtual reality, I think was it 2014, something like that. It started to come about strong, and my buddy and I were trying to like sell or trying to like figure out a movie idea, and we wanted to find this location called Castle Green in Pasadena, and we wanted to show this location to some people, and we like they're never gonna leave the office and come check it out. So we found a friend who had like a little 4 GoPro rig thing. No, it was a 2 GoPro rig thing, stereoscopic thing that he 3D printed the little holder onto it.
Wow.
And I was like, man, this is some seriously jerry-rigged stuff, right? But it worked. Like we filmed this cool castle, and then stitched it together and put it in a headset and started showing it to these executives. And they felt like they were there. But even then, I still didn't just show images. I like put it into like a little story, like a little walkthrough. And I just saw how transformative it was to the experience of like them feeling like they were present and immersed at this place when they weren't, that they never left the office. So I realized like, it took me down this huge growth of learning just how to figure out a way to tell stories, even when there is no language for it. There are no standards for it. There was like, everyone tries to make virtual reality storytelling analogous to regular filmmaking, and it doesn't exist. That doesn't work. You have to like think, yeah, maybe that little piece works, a little of that works. So I talk to this guy, I talk to that person, and you kind of figure it all out. And so I've really felt like for the first time that we're in a true Wild West again in filmmaking, but in this time in stereoscopic 360, and how do you move the camera? How do you do all these different things?
That's
And
awesome.
it's just been a fun thing to to experiment with. And now lately, I've been working with another friend of mine who was on here yesterday on the yesterday's panel, Adrian Driscoll from Collimation. And he and I work on doing social VR experiences. So we're using platforms like AltSpace VR and now saying like, well, it's not just a single experience. How do you do storytelling inside of an experience where you have 50 people standing next to you? What is that like?
Right.
How is that immersive? And so it's just like, again, then we're like, well, I want, then we start talking to people like the artist who wants to like perform there. And then she's like, well, I want it to be a Brooklyn basketball court. And we're like,
right.
Okay. So then I go and make this 3D thing. And then I find this artist, Dan Lish, who does the graffiti, and I put it on there. And next thing you know, she's like, this is better than she ever expected.
That's awesome.
Audience just loved it. So it's just a cool, rewarding experience to share and collaborate with people. And I think that's like what makes me wake up every day just wanting to do this.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Liz, considering the longevity that you've used Kickstarter, has that changed in terms of your rubric for when to go to such a platform?
So I work at Kickstarter, meaning like, yeah. So, I mean, when people come to Kickstarter, it's kind of dependent on the specifics of their project. And in film, we see everything between, early development through like community screening tours and everything in between. Usually on Kickstarter, folks are raising to get from like point A to point B in their production. It's never really like the full budget, just because films are super expensive, as everybody knows. But if you're doing a short, it might be different. But yeah, so it kind of depends. I often get asked that question, like, when should I do my Kickstarter campaign, that kind of thing. And I always say, like, you should really like lean into when do you think you're going to have the most time to really spend on this. I know you're never going to have like a month where you're just doing nothing, and you might as well just do a Kickstarter. But like, it is a lot of work, and Terrence and Keith, you can speak to that. But to the extent that you can, like, it's going to take some time. So I would just prioritize a month when you can dedicate yourself to it.
I like that. Now, you started off early on with Kickstarter at a time where we weren't really sure what a crowdfunding platform was. What made you decide to trust that process and go with it?
It just seemed like it had a lot of good energy and momentum going towards it. It was early days, but we still had like a couple of projects that had raised $1 million from like, several thousand people coming together. The internet is always amazing at pooling like niche communities together. And it just seemed like a very like sort of obvious next evolution in just how projects are getting funded.
I love that. I love that. So obviously my background is in comics, so I have a little bit of a specific intro when it comes to using crowdfunding and or fan base building. When it comes to movies, how do you guys approach that? How do you approach introducing yourself and your creativity to an audience? And Harold, I want to start with you on that one.
That's interesting because I couldn't say I'd done it for a movie of my own yet, right? So right now, I'll talk about the book. Sure. Kingston: The Magician's Lost and Found. So we, that's been 9-10 years in the making. Like we came up with a manuscript first and got it to Amazon and almost thought it was about to go to a pilot that didn't work out. And then we got it to Jane, our book agent, and she got us in the room with all the major editors in New York, and Penguin Random House came on, Stacy Barney. And so, you go through this process, and it's a very kind of like quiet process of like just you and your other co-writers writing this thing. And then you're like, well, how's everybody going to know about it?
Right.
It's like, so is that, and I'm not from the publishing world. So how do I know what they're going to do? You know what I mean? So we kind of started up our own kind of like internet campaign. So we got together and we started like doing some backstory on some of the real Black magicians that are present in the book. There's like writing this book, it's about a Black kid who loses his father in a magic battle in Brooklyn. magical Brooklyn neighborhood in Brooklyn called Echo City, but he never believes that his dad disappeared. So he actually gets a chance to go back and find out that his dad didn't, and that he's out there doing some really good for the world.
Wow.
And he has to join in that experience. So in doing that, we discovered that there were real Black magicians out there that I had no idea existed. And so we kind of did our internet campaign and built up little videos about them, and we got together with other real magicians that are prevalent today, and we did some more internet videos and panels and stuff like that. And so we got a lot of like word of mouth out that way, and I just felt like, again, it was really cool. It's like you go from something that's just like words on a paper, and it turns into meeting new people, collaborating, and it helps bring presence to your book or story. I'll say story.
Yeah.
So I'm just really proud of that we discovered this and discovered meeting these other people, because again, just like I didn't know anything about these other Black magicians who existed, 100 years ago.
Right.
And I was able to kind of like introduce other magicians that are working today to the public today through kind of collaboration.
That's brilliant, actually. Experiential marketing, that's such a avant-garde move. To look at something and say, here's the general thing, here's how I fit into this equation, but here's the rest that you guys don't even know. If anybody's listening, write that down. That is a literal gem, jewel. Make a chain out of that one and wear it all the time. That was brilliant. I love that. I'm literally writing that down myself. I'm not gonna lie. Terrence, Keith, you guys want to jump in on that?
Keith, you want to answer and I'll color in this one?
Yeah. So, I mean, similar to Harold, I actually think Harold, your co-writer, is my mentor at the program, but we'll talk about some other time. So one thing that I would say is, I started on the page. But one thing that Terrence knows is that I am obsessive about all things queer movie related. And so I think it was really exciting when Terrence reached out to me, because although most of my experience was in creating these powerful narratives on the page, on the stage, me and Terrence quickly developed a shorthand and a language based on what he was learning in film school to really think about not just the possibilities of storytelling, but that there are very clear constraints in both mediums. So there are certain things that you can't do on the page that you can do on film and vice versa. And that the true power of that is to actually be able to use those as opportunities to then drive storytelling faster. And a lot of kind of the conversations that Terrence and I had were around really drawing that line and saying, hey, let's save this for the novel. Let's use this for film. So I'll toss it to you, Terrence.
Yeah, so I'll kind of jump into what Keith was saying. So, we were in a very specific situation where we had a finite number of funds through grants that we had, one of which was from Spike Lee. But that, we had bought airplane tickets to go down to Savannah, Georgia for the live action shoot. And so, obviously the pandemic put a halt on all of that. And so immediately I said, let's take the funds that we have, let's chop that to a third, and let's consider that our budget to play in the world of animation. And so that's the budget that we presented to Powerhouse Animation Studios. It was somewhere around the 4K kind of space. And our intention was to make a sort of rough animatic, a 2.5 minute, or at the time was like 1 minute animatic, 30-second animatic, off of the script that we had, right? How do we just bring this to life? And, we always knew that the goal would be that we knew we needed more funds. And so whatever we were going to do with this animatic, we knew that the next step would be to use it to help generate more funds. Natalie Harris, one of our producers, happened to meet with Liz, I think for an interview for Kickstarter, where Liz shared about Kickstarter's Long Story Short campaign, which was new at the time. It came out in 2020. They had another one, I believe, recently, but it was sort of at the top of March. If you don't know about it, I definitely encourage you to look into it. But they would be kind of like blasting out and kind of hyper, focusing on their page stories or projects that were trying to raise funding during that period of the Long Story Short campaign, and specifically, with an eye to underrepresented groups, underrepresented stories. And so we knew that was like perfect for us. And so while we were kind of brainstorming in the fall of 2020, before we were to launch in 2021, in March, in the springtime, we used that time to figure out, okay, we have our animatic, right? what other things can we bring to this to help tell our story? Because at the end of the day, we're storytellers. And what I love about Keith and his marketing background is we immediately started to think about what is our color story, right? Like, what are the stories? I always said from a script writing place, I wanted Pretty to feel like a breath of fresh air. I wanted it to feel like something people could watch again and again. It takes place in the early 2000s, and there's so much of it that brings this nostalgic kind of vibe to it. And so we went back to Powerhouse while they were developing the animatic and said, hey, we want to bring some color into this, right? We want to show people a glimpse of what the final product might look like. And so we talked to them about developing some style frames. And, thankfully, I had that approach that I had of, we have a budget, let's kind of quarter it and kind of use those funds. We were able to have a little bit of funding left over to invest in style frames, which went a huge, long way.
Amazing.
We also brought on a graphic designer and just thought about, even the headers, right? We were studying things like Hair Love's Kickstarter campaign to see like, what are these little elements that we can bring that help communicate and tell our story, but that also will get the audience that we're trying to get this out to excited, right? And we knew that we don't see a lot of these images every day. I'm sure they exist somewhere in the deep, deep interwebs, but they're not as accessible. And so how do we take advantage of this long story short campaign and the resources and the funds that we have to tell our unique story and bring our unique perspective to the widest audience possible?
Listen, again, there's so much like wealth and knowledge that's being dropped right now. Let me restate that for the folks in the back. Number one, proof of concept. It doesn't have to be the huge project. All you need is just a little bit to show people where you're going. And also having a diverse group of expertise on your team. Keith has marketing experience. Terrence is in film. Bring those together and you can make more happen together than you can apart. I love that. We do have some questions coming in from the audience, and I'm going to kind of do these out of order because some of them I think are a little bit more pertinent. Lola Akins asks, how do you build your community before you launch your Kickstarter campaign, which I think is a huge conversation piece. And obviously, Liz, we want to hear some insights from a Kickstarter perspective on that, but obviously you have some from a filmmaker perspective as well. So please jump in with that.
I actually would love to kick this to Terrence and Keith.
Oh, okay, sure.
Because they did such an amazing job with Pretty and their campaign. They had like close to 4,000 backers supporting that project. So
good job.
I'll toss that to Keith, who has such strong community-centered focus coming out of Georgia. So go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, so y'all, the most organic way is to sit down and think literally about everybody you know or could know or almost know. I think at that point we were looking at TV, we were looking, thinking about church, we were thinking about everything, and everyone on the team put together a list. And they started there by saying, okay, now these people have to know at least 3 other people.
Right.
And so the thing that I'll point out is that we were strategic though about when. When do we reach out to people? How do we reach out? And also we knew very quickly who could give us something and who couldn't, and what they could give us. And so I think sometimes when you're doing this process, it's no different from community or cultural organizing where you are thinking about people's assets and expertise first. You're not just running out and saying, hey, help. No, you're saying, hey, I see you did this thing. Can you help me with this? So everything from us trying to build out the team to get animators, et cetera, no matter how those relationships happened, no matter whether we could bring someone on board or not, we always said, hey, we believe in the value of your work and would love for you to be a part of this journey, this village, regardless. And so I think starting there allowed us to be able to reach out. And by the time we were done, we were able to do mini launches on the quarters to that process to the point that when it was all said and done, we were able to do in Savannah a media call out with the mayor singing our tagline with like the LGBTQ task force and all that kind of stuff. And it's because in doing so, we talked to people first just about what it was before we even had an ask. And at that point, people began to volunteer the ways that they believe they could help.
That's amazing.
I'll color in really quickly there too. When we were doing the live action, something that was super unique about it then was that we were shooting in a part of Savannah, Georgia that often, shoots were not happening in. And it was very important to us that we were utilizing the community. We were shooting at a community pool. And we wanted kids from the neighborhood to be involved, to take part. We wanted kids who were interested in filmmaking to have access to see, how these things would work. Because for Keith and I, it's like, if we're telling a story that's, all about, healing and being seen on camera, right? Like on screen, it needs to also be happening behind camera as well. And so, you know, we built this really beautiful community of folks from that neighborhood and from that environment and from, you know, SCAD and neighboring areas as well. And so one of the things that we wanted to keep in mind as we were sharing to this wider audience and moving into animation, not to forget about that community that, you know, we knew we wouldn't be able to represent in the way that we had originally thought.
Right.
But, you know, we did small things like making the animatic, you know, available to them first, right? And allowing them to feel like they're participating in this launch that was taking place. And so we tried to keep that community focus really top of mind.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Harold, do you want to throw in anything? Thoughts on that?
You know what? And in fact, I just learned a ton from these two brothers right here.
Me too. Me too.
So, I gotta say, I haven't quite run a Kickstarter campaign yet. So
we'll get you there. We're gonna roll you in.
Now I'm definitely gonna follow your tactics.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Liz, any other thoughts that you want to tackle into the back end of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying that, like, obviously the Kickstarter campaign from when you launch to when you end is going to require a lot of focus and sort of a lot of communication across many different channels and people. But a lot of the work also comes in advance. And it's like what Keith was saying, like having those, knowing when to have those conversations, knowing that like there is going to be a nuance to one conversation you're having with one group of people that you know in one certain way and another in another way. Thinking also about those conversations as long-term like investments in your community. This is not just like a one-off, like, please just give me your money for this one period of time. Like these are going to be people that are going to be sitting at your screening when your film is done, like cheering you on and helping you push this out. So these are long-term relationships that you're building with the community. And it's really about like putting in the time that requires and sort of demands in advance of launching so that you can do right by those relationships.
I love that. Now, as a quick follow-up, we've got Liz Liu asks, how do you spend time maximizing the effect of your Kickstarter campaign for that month? So you've got this lead in. How do you maximize during? Who wants to jump on that one?
So I can kick this part off, and I'm gonna punt it to you, Chance, because the reality is that we worked so hard, y'all. I don't even remember. I just know we did it. It was so intense. So the first thing I will say is that we phased how we would reach out to people, but we also learned by studying. We had this deep list of all campaigns that raised over a certain amount of money, and like we were studying it like homework. And what we learned is that there is a wave. So within the first few days, it is madness. Everyone is giving, and then there's a slump. There's a plateau. And if you don't know that plateau is coming, you think you're done. That's it. We out of the game. And so for us, we had to segment our list to actually reach out to those people who were ready and the most on fire. We didn't reach out to them first.
Right.
We just did the awareness first. And then so when that slump happened, we were like, oh my God, it's here. Oh Lord. Then we reached out to those people and they kind of fused it with a different level of excitement. And then there was the final piece, which was especially when you reach your stretch goals, if you're fortunate to do that, kudos. Then begin to reach back to your people and tell them, hey, we are almost there. We're near this piece. And then that's when you kind of have the free for all. It is super important that if you have media, that you build those relationships far in advance and that you never underestimate who can pass the word. I mean, we had kids in schools, making announcements, right? And so just know that every voice counts. And then if you understand that and you're strategic about that, people will begin to shout to the heavens in ways that you just never expected. Terrence, anything else you would add to that?
Yeah, I'll just say, because a big part of all of this, again, like that's a lot, right? There's a lot going on. There's a lot of, it's meticulous and thought through, and we got full-time jobs. You know what I mean? We had other things going on as well. And so one of the ways that we created that infrastructure for ourselves, because it was just myself, Keith, and two other producers, kind of making this happen, doing these kind of cold calls and writing people and asking folks to give, sending out emails. The amount of emails that were sent out was crazy. But we met every single Sunday, like I said, kind of in the months leading up to, or every other Sunday in the months leading up to, and then every kind of week almost, or every day almost in the days leading up to our kind of start. So we had already planned out, we're going to post on this day, and we're going to save this color frame for this day. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to give them this until this day. Right. And so, just kind of not giving everything all at once, but just kind of understanding that this is a marathon, not a sprint, and just kind of holding on to certain things that we wanted to share until we were ready to. And so thankfully, because we had that preparation time, we were able to create those digital assets in advance, create those posts in advance, so that all we had to do on the day of was to kind of post. Because a cool fun fact is, like, and the reason why Keith doesn't remember is because in the middle of all of that, Keith and I were also shooting a proof of concept independent TV pilot.
Wow.
That Keith was producing. And so it was sheer madness, but we were able to get it all done because of the organization.
Love that. Absolutely love that. We've got a couple more questions, so I want to make sure we get those out. Carlos Simple, and this is an interesting one, asks, how important is merchandising when crowdfunding or pitching IP? And I think this is a wide open question because when it comes to merchandising, there's not really a set limitation on what that actually means. Like, merchandising can be a lot of things. So what do you guys think in terms of that? Harold, I'm curious, in terms of what you've done, how much merchandising or IP management have you had experience with?
Merchandising. So the way I understand merchandising, it would be like you make a t-shirt or something like that, or have some stuff like hats and stuff. A lot of my stuff has been client-based.
Okay.
So I kind of help them figure that kind of stuff out. And like, but I'm kind of in a way, like think of like creative things to help other folks figure, do that kind of stuff. For our own projects, we've been on a more traditional film hunt kind of thing, getting to know agents and managers and kind of getting our stuff out there into that place. So it's been a little different type of a journey for us. But I would say, just like the way I would approach merchandising, if I were to do it that way, I would say that always have their stories done. Get your story done. Get your story right first. and then I would go for it, because I find that's a great way to kind of recouping some of the funds that you're going to spend on things like that. And at the same time, it's going to be a great way to get people to kind of like love your project. But the only thing about it is, like, how do you fund that if you're also trying to fund your project?
Right.
So I'm just a little curious to hear from someone who actually has done it, to figure out how do you solve that problem.
Gotcha. Of course. Do you guys have merch available? Pretty hats, shirts? Where can I get one? Just go ahead and say it. I'm listening.
So just the quick thing I would say is that we thought that one of the most strategic things you could do in a Kickstarter is know your perks, which is the term. We studied everyone else's perks, like, again, down to the science. And then I got my graphic designers we as a team figured out what would we buy first, because you gotta, if you're not your own client, then who is? And then we began to think, it was assigning the value to certain perks, which was the hardest part, because when you think about the way Kickstarter is designed, certain perks bring in more money. And so to kind of speak to the note that Harold was saying, we had to think very meticulously about at what point, based on what people would donate, would we be able to set aside money to then be able to pay and create those perks without cannibalizing the larger budget, and also the manpower, because once you get the funds, you still have to do the thing over the course of things. So we were very strategic about that. The final thing I'll just say is, people love t-shirts, y'all. They love t-shirts, and hoodies are magic. Do not have a hoodie be the same price as a t-shirt, and postcards are like gold. So if you think about the production value of those things, then it'll get you pretty far. Terrence, what you think?
Yeah, this is where having the right people on your team comes in handy, because Keith's background in project management and having a graphic designer that he could reach out to really went the mile here. I think my biggest thing, as on the director side, and kind of like understanding that this is going beyond, like, this is on the fringes of what I can, of my bandwidth and my manpower. I just kind of cautioned the team. I was like, hey, let's remember that when this is all done and we raise our funds, that these are still items that are going to have to be mailed out, created, sent out, right? And I wanted to just make sure that we weren't overextending ourselves, right? That we would have ultimately the bandwidth to complete and actually get out the things that we needed. So thankfully, again, that took a whole nother preparation of planning. So I would say another thing to keep in mind is when you say those perks are going to be available, because they're not available yet. But thankfully, you know, we've gotten a lot done in this amount of time that I think if we were worrying about perks would have been even more difficult. So now we're at a position where we can begin to worry about perks, and those are going to be on the way.
Genius. I love that.
Can I ask,
yeah, please.
So Keith and Terrence, would you guys like use things like for, like you said, t-shirt, hoodie, things like Society 6? Like how are you, like, are there like websites out there where you're just, that you're able to do like an account where you can upload and it's like cost effective? Like what sites would you use to kind of like do that?
Two things, Harold. Reach out to a graphic designer, because if you tell somebody a thing, they can make it, and sometimes they'll do it pro bono. Like they know how to slap it on the thing. And then they also, we did do some research on like certain sites, but the reality is that you won't know how you can do it until you kind of figure out how much money you have. And so I think what I would say is put together the visual, see if you get some perks. So we had like this really like sexy lookbook, like coffee table book, and I just wanted millions of those. And like we didn't need to make those. So if I had been pricing all of that, it's exponentially, you know, expensive to do a coffee table book. So I would say get the sales first, get the people to sign up, and then based on the amount that you've allotted for the budget, then you can reverse engineer to see what site is best based on fabric, quality, price per unit, stuff like that.
Brilliant. Okay, this one's an interesting one. So Poseidon Magna is an independent manga creator, got their first chapter done and available digitally. How do they translate into getting their stories funded for animation as an adaptational sort of piece? Do they just continue to sell copies and hope the right person comes along? Or is there a pipeline for acquisitions, you know, anything like that you guys would recommend?
I would say if you want to go into animation, again, I come from the bootstrapping kind of world of like jump in, put it into After Effects or Premiere, Final Cut, whatever, cut it together and put some sound design and some music to it. See what an animatic will sound like or feel like. Do some simple moves. I mean, the tools have come together so well nowadays that you can put that kind of thing together easier than when we first started out. And you know, sometimes people don't take the time to read. So if they hear something that, you know, like this way I always approach marketing is like try and bring someone from outside the room into the room to see what's on the screen. So sound is super important, you know, like really kind of like push it that way and, you know, try and or find someone to help you animate just a little proof of concept and get that out there. Then you can put it on Kickstarter and run a campaign and get it going that way, or find a, you know, the long tough road of trying to find an agent or market or some other kind of person that kind of gets you in the door.
I respect that completely. Just keep the energy going. Deca Dev asks, and Liz, this one's going to be for you. How do you get on projects we love? And is this special or important? Now, as a comic creator, I've seen lots of projects. I've been fortunate enough to earn a Projects We Love sticker. So let the people know the value of that sentiment.
Yeah, so just to sort of clarify, Projects We Love is basically like the staff pick button on Kickstarter, and it essentially just affects the algorithm of how projects are populated on the page for when people arrive on Kickstarter. The ones that are Projects We Love are going to be higher and up and a little bit more visible. So it is useful, and I think people will often come to the Kickstarter and sort of sort by Projects We Love just to look at what's new and what's really going to be great. The way those are selected, we have an editorial team on staff that basically knows what's launching every day, checks in on every category, make sure that the sort of best and brightest projects are tagged appropriately. Things that we're looking for typically are like a really great project video, really compelling, like high-res images that pepper your page, thoughtful descriptions of what it is that you're putting together, like a well-conceived plan for what it is that you're trying to do, whether it's a comic book or a film or a gadget in tech and design. Having a plan in place, thoughtful rewards that are meaningful for your community, that make sense for what you're doing, that kind of thing. I just wanted to mention, sorry, that we currently also have a fund going right now, that is run through Creative Capital and the Skull Foundation, where starting in last October through October of this year, they are putting in micro donations up to 10 grand per project for BIPOC creators on Kickstarter for any project in any category. Up to 10 grand per project, and they have committed to $500,000 in total.
Brilliant.
So if you're ever thinking like maybe I'll run a campaign now, like do it before October, because it is a real, and it's, the application is really like lightweight, on like designed to be so just throwing that out there.
Oh, that's brilliant. I can tell you a lot of creators have no idea that that's available. So thank you for that. I know we are getting close to time, so I want to give everyone an opportunity to let everyone else know where we can find you on social media, and we can continue this conversation individually if we get the opportunity. Terrence, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is honestly, like I said, like the time of my life. It's been an incredible journey. You can find me at on Instagram, Terrence D Day. And you can also find us everywhere. Pretty not pretty. That's spelled PRITTY, not pretty, PRETTY. And you can follow us on Instagram and kind of learn more from there. Our animatic is out. That kind of 2.5 minute animatic is out and available. And Keith actually has some really exciting news of his own, so I'll let him share that. But yeah, please follow us. There's still opportunities to give. We have just completed the full animatic, but we're hanging on to that and developing our post sound work on that, and getting ready to make steps for the animation process. So
that's awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
So you can find me. You can find both of us, like we said, on Pretty Not Pretty on Instagram, and also Twitter, right? And you can find me at Keith F. Miller Jr. That's my name on Instagram. One thing that I think is really powerful and exciting to share is that the other part of the story around Kickstarter is that Kickstarter not only allowed us to find a community for the work, but it also got a lot of traction. And so actually on the first day of Kickstarter, of our campaign, I actually got reached out to by a literary agent, which was wonderful. And then the second day, I actually heard from HarperCollins. And so that was like really, really exciting, right? And now I happen to also have been in the MFA program, rewriting and all that fun stuff. So that was happening. But as of a couple of days ago, it was officially announced that I actually closed out a multi-book deal with HarperCollins. As a result of that.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Which, as you all know, only creates more opportunities to do multiple multimedia motion picture work, graphic novels, etc. And so we're really excited to be able to take that and get this animatic financed and animated, but also many other types of projects. So thank you all.
Yeah, so I'll just say that was something that Keith had sitting on his desktop for 12 years that people had said they loved but did not, had essentially rejected it. And so it's been a beautiful Cinderella story, and it's thanks to places like Kickstarter and the supporters that we found there. So thank you again, and proud of you, Keith.
I love that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Harold?
Hey, so I just want to say thank you for having me on this panel. To meet all of you has actually been very educational to me, and I'm very excited to kind of like take this knowledge and kind of do some of the other projects I have rock and rolling on my desktop. Congratulations to you, Keith and Terrence, and really I can't wait to check out your project. You guys can find me at SunnyBoyInt on Instagram, and that's all one thing. And I'm also on LinkedIn.
Excellent. Liz?
Yeah, you can write me, just liz@kickstarter.com, or if you forget that, it's just film@kickstarter.com, and it comes to me and my colleague. To the extent that we can, we want to be as available to anyone with questions about how to run a campaign on Kickstarter for their specific projects. So like I met with Natalie for Pretty, like I'm really, really happy to meet with folks. So please feel free. Yeah, Liz@kickstarter.com.
This has been absolutely amazing. What a perfect way to close things out. I got to thank everyone, the hosts for the AfroAnimation Summit. You guys have been fantastic. I got to thank Kickstarter for being one of the sponsors. Brought so much. Like this is a huge opportunity. Once again, I'm Victor Dandridge. You can find me at Vantage In-House on all forms of social media. If you want to continue conversations, I want to stay in touch with everybody here just because I feel like this is a space of big things happening, and I like to be on the ground floor of that. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I believe we've got who's coming up next. Is Trevon coming up next? Rio's back. Hey, Rio's back. Yay.
I'm kind of everywhere.
Nothing wrong with that.
So, Victor, I knew we had the right person to close out AfroAnimation. I mean, your energy is infectious.
Thank you.
Terrence and Keith, I mean, congratulations. There's so many people in the audience of about 600, kept going up. They're excited about your story. They're excited about, the questions there were a ton of questions that say, what do I do now? How do I stop doubting that my work is any good? Keith had 12 years to keep doubting and he didn't. And look, he's got an amazing announcement with HarperCollins. So congratulations. We love hearing that. Liz, I mean, you're just calm demeanor is infectious. I think people be prepared for your email to blow up. I think a lot of folks learned some good things today. They thought that maybe, okay, I throw up some stuff on Kickstarter, it'll take a day or so, and the money will just keep running in. I mean, it's nice to know that there is a strategy behind it. There is a process. And, if you're lucky, you're like Terrence and Keith, where you get funding for a project where it just starts to blossom. So congratulations to everyone. Harold, I've checked out your website, the kind of projects that you guys have been involved in. I'm super proud to know you, and thank you for coming on to the panel.
Appreciate you.
We love ending a day like today because, like I said, you guys have provided just information to everybody trying to fund their independent projects. So thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit more housekeeping. Again, thank you, Victor. Bye, Keith. Okay, so that wraps the programming, the official on-stage programming for AfroAnimation for right now. We have another hour of networking and recruiting. So again, a lot of folks have been asking, how do I do this? How do I do that? What, can I ask DreamWorks Animation something? Can I ask Mainframe something? If they're not in their booth to the left of you on Hopin, then there should be an email. There should be a link somewhere. So please go into our studio sponsor booths and ask your questions. Get in line. Yesterday I, jumped around every single booth and I was like 97th in line at one point. But they're there. They're there to talk to you. They're there to answer your questions. They have people staffing those booths. So please go into the sponsored booths. And then in an hour, what time is it? 2 o'clock in the West, so 5 o'clock in the East. So in 1 hour, 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. West Coast time, we will be awarding our finalists. We'll be announcing the finalists for the film festival, and we are going to award 3 prizes. So the top prize is $5,000, and the second and third place winners get to choose from different tools and licenses that are several $100s in value. So we'd love to be able to, provide these prizes to folks. And we'd love for everybody, even though voting is closed, we'd love for you guys to go into the AfroAnimation screening room and the film festival booth and just check out some of the work that your colleagues are doing. So again, thank you so much. We'll meet you in recruiting and networking. Over to the left, just hit the expo button or the networking button. And then you'll go into a bunch of the stuff we have going for you, and we'll see you in an hour. And hopefully you'll get a chance to check out some of the films.